everyone. Welcome to Bangkok, Thailand. Day number 3 of competition here. I'm Ted Barton. Mark Hanratty will be joining us from his studio in Nottingham. Women's free program coming right up, and as expected, 3-time world junior champion Mao Shimada of Japan once again was brilliant and is in the lead by 5 points. Teammate Mei Okada also had an exquisite clean short program and holds a 5-point lead over the current 3rd place, owned by Yul Wang of Korea. But here's the thing, there's only 5 points between 3rd and 10th. This is truly going to be an exciting finish. Anything can happen. So many talented young skaters in pursuit of a dream. 36 skaters, 31 nations. The women's free starts right now. Welcome everyone to day number 3 here in Bangkok, week number 4 in the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, joined with Mark Hanratty from his home studio in Nottingham, and we have the women's free program coming up as we take a look at the officials for this event. It'll be a 5.5-hour event, so crosses a lot of time zones, if you will, as we take a look at the technical specialists as well. Mark?
Yes, it's going to be a long one, and sometimes that makes me feel, Ted, as we look at the technical panel on screen, that some of the great questions that we get coming in almost need to be repeated and spread out throughout the event, because some of the questions are so interesting and offer such good conversation that I wonder if we should be repeating it periodically throughout the course of the next 5 hours.
Well, we have a different audience, I think, quite often, so yeah, fair game, no problem. We take a look at the start order, 36 entries. It's a big one, and not the biggest. I think Gdansk will have 37, 38 entries. Gdansk is a big competition, and it'll be an important one, the second to the last one, and it'll tell a lot as to who will make the Junior Grand Prix final in December. Mark, let's knock off some of those questions that we've had coming in.
Yes, let me bring those up. So we've asked whether or not you like pigeons or not. That's done. One of the next questions that comes in from @fadia.k.deher. What was the most memorable competition that you guys covered together? So
okay, well,
but then events that we've
together. We've done like 4 years, right? Is this our 4th year together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's our anniversary. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
4 years. What is the best? See, we weren't often together at an event, because you were dancing on ice. So there were some events when you were at home commentating. Do you have one off the top of your head here? I guess
the one that comes off the top of my head, rightly or wrongly, would be the one in Gdansk. I think it might have been the first season, and I actually think on that occasion there were something like 51 women in the women's event.
Yeah.
And I remember probably retrospectively thinking that I would have wanted to be professional and do a very good job, and then realizing that at that event in particular, when there were 51 women and the event spanned maybe 7 hours, thinking we'd gone delirious. I remember being like delirious and giddy and silly and thinking, oh, somehow I've still managed to keep the job for next week despite being a bit giddy and silly. This is fun.
And the reason I thought we have to keep this crazy Scotsman because he was dumb enough to stay for 7 hours, right? So
maybe that.
No, I think the Junior Grand Prix final last year in Grenoble was really fantastic. With Mao Shimada. She was just incredible, and it was a really wonderful event. It was the first time that I had seen live, anyways, the upgraded presentation by the ISU, and I thought I understand the direction they're moving. I'm sure they'll refine it even more as they move along. We see a nice triple saw double toe. So that comes to mind. But I've done this for I think 12 years now, so I've had some pretty spectacular performances and events across the globe. But you're right, that 51 entries. Whew, that was long. That was long. I mean, I think we've got in Gdansk. We were talking about this, Mark. In Gdansk, I think we have a 15-hour day on one of the days. The first competition day, I think it's 15 hours for us. So it's a long time. And but the good news is we like each other. We get along and we laugh.
Mm.
And we might be silly ones.
It's
Go ahead.
Well, it's all good fun. It is good fun, but then I suppose that it's good for us to be able to vocalize to those that are listening now that the days, particularly in Gdansk and in events where there are 3 competitions taking place in one day, that maybe this is our opportunity to, in advance warning, caveat our giddiness and silliness, given that we will be on the headset for a long, long time.
Yeah, and with doing that, you're going to make mistakes in our pronunciation, or maybe we've got the wrong sheet in front of us, or we've announced the wrong music, or something happens. It's we'd like to be perfect on everything, and we certainly try to be. We do a lot of preparation, but we appreciate any grace that you can give us in listening to us for so long. So we thank the viewers for that. Okay, what else you got?
Next, there's some great ones. One of the ones that has come up, and I've noticed this a few times over the past few years, this comes from Hannah's Ash. How would you feel about adding a step sequence to the junior men's and women's free skate? Now, just to clarify that, in the short program, the juniors have a step sequence to perform, and the seniors have a step sequence both in the short program and the free skate. But the free skate for the juniors is half a minute less time, and so they have a choreo sequence, but not a step sequence. And some people seem to really miss that, Ted.
Yeah, I mean, the step sequence is choreography at a higher level than the choreographic sequence, because choreographic sequence has some nice moves, covers a lot of ice. You can do a Nina Bauer, you cover, but the step sequence, generally speaking, was most effectively used at the end of the program with a big build up to the crescendo, right? And that's always makes the program exciting, but it does take time. It takes a huge amount of energy as well. So I think they sort of measured this out and said, a half a minute less for the juniors. Maybe there's not enough time for that. But I like what they're trying to suggest here. I like the idea. I just think that the technical committee probably felt that let's remove that for the moment anyways and give them a little bit more breathing space with the choreographic sequence and other items.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was listening, I think I mentioned yesterday, to a podcast that Robin Cousins, who was a 1980 Olympic champion in men's singles, had said, and he didn't gel with the concept of choreo sequence, the term, because in his rationale, and I agree with this, the entire program should be choreography sequences. It should all be, adding to the composition and the choreography of the program. So I understand that. But that said, I think in previous years, fans of the sport have missed the long sustained spirals and spread eagles that we saw of years gone by before this system took place. So the choreo sequence is essentially opportunity for the skaters to have perhaps simplistic movement but sustained movement. So maybe you could have a rewording and a rebranding the choreo sequence, but I, for one, I quite like the opportunity for the skaters to sustain some movement rather than squeeze lots in.
Yeah. Here we go. Group number 1 of 6 in the women's free program.
I've reserved some goodies as well, Ted, just so you know. There's some good questions incoming.
Well, I thought goodies might be cookies, but they're not. Our first skater represents Ecuador. Is Siza Diaz Bermudez, 17 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. In fact, maybe her first international. She's coached by Michael Gilpin.
And interestingly, that coaching that she has from Michael and Daniela is online, remotely, because where she trains in Quito, she doesn't have access to the coaching that she needs.
From Ecuador, Siza Suyana Diaz Bermudez.
Siza Suyana Diaz Bermudez, representing Ecuador, opens the women's free skate. And Siza said that after the short program that this has been an awesome experience. It wasn't the short program that she was hoping for. I think she maybe caught a little bit in the back of her dress there, so I hope she's okay. But this is a skater that has acknowledged it's an awesome experience, a wonderful opportunity for her to learn. And her Instagram handle is Cheerful Sui, and I just love that. She's cheerful and happy to be here.
I have so much admiration for this skater and many others, not only for their skill that they've achieved with the limited resources that they have, but to come halfway around the world to compete with some of the best in the world in this, and significantly less opportunity that they have to skate. This is huge courage and passion for a sport, knowing that you may not be at that level of the top skaters, but loving the sport equally. So your passion for it is the same as Mao Shimada, but your skill level isn't, but your passion is. I have tremendous amount of respect for what it takes to come here and to skate, no matter where you are around the world, no matter what resources you have.
Yeah. And as I said, I think just before the performance from Siza, just that she works remotely with Michael Gilpin, her coach, and choreographer Daniela Guzman. She, not able to have access to coaching, so there's such a different level of a resource that she has comparative to those that we'll see later on. And if you took any of those skaters that are in the final group and gave them the size advice that Siza has and the coaching connection or lack of connection, they would be in a very similar position.
And I think there's a lot of admiration by our top skaters of these skaters, because they may not get to spend a lot of time together, but knowing that these skaters must have very, very limited resources and to come here and compete, and they understand the courage that it takes and the determination it takes to get on the ice with less resources and less skill level at this stage that they do. And I know everybody admires that. It's hard for these skaters because they know the difference between them and the top group, but they're here and they're competing and they're doing the best that they can, and that is an extraordinary in itself, because there's a lot of people that would have a comment, but they don't have the courage to get here.
If she's learning remotely for Siza, this whole event is huge.
Yeah, it's a huge learning. 25.28. Siza's the first skater out in this event with a total competition score of 37.24.
37.24.
Our next skater represents Peru.
Next to skate.
Fatima Ormaeche Serba, 18 years old, first junior Grand Prix event, no other international events listed here, and coached by Gregor Urbas.
Fatima will skate to the track How to Train Your Dragon for her free skate.
You know, Mark, I was just thinking and watching this young woman skate that many of the skaters that come from areas of the world that have less resources or less opportunity maybe have never skated in front of a size of an audience like this. And, you know, that's a whole new environment to cope with emotionally as well while trying to do your program.
Oh, completely. And so many variables that you cannot contend with as we look back at Fatima's performance. And, you know, she obviously struggled here with some of the jumping passes. The double Sako single tulip was okay, but it was great to hear from her father as we look back at the double loop, who said that he was so happy that she was able in the short program to overcome her fears and recover from an injury a couple of months ago. She's traveling without her coach, and she's just out here doing her best. And furthermore, for me, Ted, I'd seen from Fatima's social media, I think I said in the short program that she acknowledged that to move your body was a privilege, and I've written on my notes that her joy for skating on Instagram is everything. So I've gone and, you know, looked up this athlete, and I've just seen her joy for skating, and to me it is everything. It's not that, you know, she's not had the best skate here, she's not competitive with the others with the technical stuff, but her joy for skating and the fact that they can wave the flag, to me that's a win. That is a win.
You know, and I want, you know, we want them to enjoy the moment, the performance itself, because it's all new to them. There's audience, there's television cameras, there's all this kind of stuff around there. So they enjoy probably their program at home. Did they enjoy this program? I don't know whether they do or not, but I'm sure and hope that they enjoy the experience of meeting other people from around the world, being in a new venue like this, and gaining some experience and perhaps some motivation as well. We'll take a look at the scores for Fatima. Yeah, 30.05. First, she's the second skater out with a 47.26. As Fatima takes the lead very, very early on in the competition. Well, two skaters from South America here. That in itself is wonderful for the Junior Grand Prix. Misheel Otgonbaatar from Mongolia, 19 years old. This is her third Junior Grand Prix season, Mark.
And a recent relocation to the cricket club, hoping Misheel can have a personal best here as she skates to the Exogenesis Symphony by Muse.
From Mongolia,
Mongolian skater Misheel Otgonbaatar,
Otgonbaatar.
smile on her face as she takes her bow to the audience in Bangkok. And this, a little bit of a step up in terms of what we have seen thus far. So the attempt at the triple and the double axels. Unfortunate that Misheel took tumbles on both of those falls. But last year when she competed in Wuxi on the Junior Grand Prix, she said she was disappointed there, but would use that disappointment to keep pushing forward and to grow. So a skater who's mindful of the bigger picture.
Yeah, keeping things in perspective, such an important aspect, not just in skating, but also in life, because there's going to be disappointing moments for sure. This is a beautiful spin. Look at that layover. Really nice, beautifully centered, good speed. There's the donut. Going for 8 revolutions on that. Flying sit spin a little bit later. Got that free leg turned inside. Interesting, eh? As the toe pointed in. And then the change of position there. That comes in at a level 3, so 3 out of the 4 features were met. With double Lutz, double toe, mispick a little bit, but managed to get the double toe done. And double Lutz a little bit later in the program, up into the axle, and another one.
He's got good rhythm through the sequence and good outside edge on the takeoff of the loop. So technically, all ready and willing for increased rotation when the time is right for Misheel to add the triples. More triples to her free skate moving forward.
Yeah, and you need that, to get those triple jumps, that quick twitch, that snap, and so fast in the rotation position. And it's something you have to train. Some people, not everybody has that. You can learn it, you can improve it, this is for sure. But some people naturally have it.
It's good to see the smile on Misheel's face. And as I said, I understand, relocated to Canada for full-time training and for university studies. So she's obviously supported by family that allow her to achieve that kind of
Scores, please.
cross global travel.
Misheel Otgonbaatar.
Free program
from
scores
Mongolia
for
has
Misheel,
earned her free skate
51.69. That is first in the free program so far with a total competition score of 78.94. And that'll put Misheel currently into first place.
This puts her currently in first place.
And the coach is doing really good work, keeping things in perspective and keeping it positive, and
Next to skate,
as they sort of
representing Argentina,
debrief.
Stefaniia
Our next
Soloveva.
skater representing Argentina, Stefaniia Soloveva, 15 years old, born in Moscow. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Mark?
And Stefaniia had some issues with the double axel in the short program. That'll be the second element for Stefaniia in her free skate. And you can see just there walking through that takeoff. It'll be such a coup for her if she can nail that within this free skate to the Game of Thrones. Argentina's Stefaniia Soloveva gives us the first clean skate of the day, and the double axel that was problematic in the short program for Stefaniia was clean, clean, clean in the free skate. And this morning, she and her coach, Michaela Romero, took to social media, and they were just acknowledging the time difference between Bangkok and Argentina, and it's 10 hours difference. And so that's another factor that we have to consider for these athletes. But she's absolutely risen to the occasion, despite the time difference, and given her version of the clean skate today.
Yeah, and that double axel was a beauty, as we see the double loop to start with. And watch this double axel coming up here. Back outside edge is excellent. Arms and free leg back right here. Moving forward with the free leg up into the air. That was beautiful. Nice soft knees on the landing. Really a clean program for her, coming through with double-double combinations. Double flip, double toe. So it was a nice, tidy performance, and I think she'll be very pleased with that. And as I was mentioning to Mark offline, that we've had 3 skaters who train in South America. Isn't that wonderful?
Amazing.
The sport is growing worldwide. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Well, no, I think what's great about that then is that they're training in those locations, and so Michaela Romero, who's here with Stefaniia, will go back with increased motivation to keep trying to demand or extract or support those other skaters back home to elevate their best. And as they shape their heart and they kiss and cry, we send hearts back out to them for the work that they're doing and continuing, we hope, to do.
Yeah, when you watch sort of the birth of a skating nation, how does it get stronger? There are key people that are the driving force. Like when we see it in Turkey, I can see the energy of the association and the government and the parents are just loving the sport and they're engaged in it. It takes that sort of that first wave of people to turn it around and make it something special. 58.23 for Stefaniia. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 85.71 as she takes the lead. Good skate. She's the leader. Yeah, she's going, okay, high five, whatever.
For her coach is giving them vibes.
Not as enthusiastic as her coaches at the moment. But great job. Our next skater represents Philippines, Isabella Hazelton, 17 years old, born in Calgary in Canada, and coached by Bradley Hazelton, I believe her father, and choreographed by Caitlin Osman.
I love him, but only on my own.
Isabella Misheel Hazelton representing the Philippines, and to me, Ted, watching Isabella, I can almost see and sense the amount of study that she's done of other skaters. And I know that I mentioned in the shorts program that she'd done volunteering at Junior Worlds in Calgary, and she's mentioned Caitlin Osmond as inspiration and somebody that she works with. And I feel like you can just see she wants to be in the mix. She wants to be, you know, a world championship contender. I sense that I see a lot of that in the way that she conducts herself.
Look at the smile and the passion of every movement that she does in this program. Yeah, she's got some technique things at the moment. That was a spinning triple sock out that she didn't land, and here's a double Lutz. Good work there. Up into double axel and up into a single axel. Look at the energy she has. She's just so quick, and she loves every single moment of being on the ice. And the falls are just part of it. She just shakes it off and keeps going. But that smile and her movement towards the music, or with the music, was really sincere and heartfelt.
Oh, there was a great capture. And I think now when you've got that level of, you can sense her eagerness and her hunger and her passion, which is so amazing. And now the hard part perhaps for Isabella will be to then strip back that energy for the toe loops. Just try to lengthen the jumping passes, elongate all of these jump takeoff techniques. And that might feel alien for Isabella as she waves the Philippine flag, because she's got so much energy. And sometimes that just makes her seem
she has lots of energy and she's got lots of strength. What she needs is just to have a little bit more technique. And sometimes you don't need the strength. You think you do. Part of your brain goes, come on, just whip around here. Let's go. You know, and the other part, if you execute the technique with good timing and good knees and good coordination of your limbs, your arms, and your free leg and whatnot, it'll be so easier for you. But you don't know it at the time, because her performance, very high level. Her passion, it's off the charts. It's huge. You know, she just toned down that energy on the takeoffs to some of the difficult jumps and learn that technique, and wow, she'll improve tremendously, because I love watching her skate. And you can see she wants to get around those triples so badly. And she did, but didn't land them. She's still smiling and still loving the moment. Cool.
And her Instagram handle is Little Looper, which I think is brilliant. Little Looper. She does go a big loop though. She jumps pretty high in her loop, but I like the Little Looper handle.
Yeah, well, that was the one jump that she stood up on, the triple loop. I don't know if it's downgraded here. Let's see what it is in there. Yeah, it's downgraded. Triple loop, double toe has both got downgraded, but she had her feet underneath her when she landed. Step one.
The score
Free program score for Isabella.
Isabella Misheel Hazelton from the Philippines has earned
53.10. That is second in the free program. And the total competition score of 81.06. That'll put her, for the moment, into second place.
This puts her currently in second place.
Our final skater in group number one is from Thailand, Pasuree Tatirat, 13 years old, born right here in Bangkok, competed at the Asian Open, coming 16th just recently.
And how wonderful for Pasuree to hear that support that she has. She performs in the Junior Grand Prix for the first time in front of a home crowd, skating to the Titanic Suite by James Horner.
Mark, I have to say, I have incredible admiration for this skater. And the reason is, yes, there were a lot of falls in the program, but she did not back down. She could have easily said, I'm falling, I don't feel great, I'm just going to protect it and just do doubles. She was on a mission to try these triple jumps, multi-rotational jumps in competition right here. And to not give up and to keep fighting all the way through that program, knowing that every fall, meant something. It meant something from a point perspective, losing points, but it gained something from experience. And to keep going at that, unbelievable. I would be high-fiving this skater as they're coming off the ice. I am so proud of you. Amazing. Wasn't a great skate, lots of falls, but lots of learning.
Get down there. Go out and see her. Go and tell her now.
She's way down the. Yeah, I know. No, I'll try to speak to her. I mean, it's fantastic. They don't know it at the time. They're disappointed with the mistakes that they made for sure. But wow, that is effort. That's not backing down. That's a special personal trait that's going to make her very successful in whatever she chooses to do in life.
Yeah, so true. And the other thing that I was really conscious of for Pasuree, Marcella Tatirat, is that she must be so well trained, because her conviction, not just to the continuation of going for the jumping passes, but also the components. She didn't start to crumble and slow down, and she had 6 falls, but she wasn't stopping gliding. She still had glide. She still is well trained.
Mark, and think about, because we talked about this, the extra energy spent getting up and going on, and then falling and getting up and going on. We've talked about how if you have good technique and you're able to skate a clean program, it is not effortless, but it's less effort than if you're having mistakes. And there were 6 mistakes there, but she never backed down and got tired. So I don't think I'm going to try it anymore. She just kept going at it. That's amazing. Tough skate, lots of falls. There's no question. We see that. That's obvious. But what isn't obvious is we didn't know is her heart and soul in what she was trying to accomplish.
And also for us,
I know it'd be nicer to have the clean program for sure. But you are on display for your determination. 45.20 for the free program, that is 4th, and a total competition score of 77.13, and that will put her currently in the 4th place overall.
This puts her currently in 4th place.
So admire that effort.
The following skaters may now
she needs to
take
hear
the
it
ice for their 6-minute warm-up. From Indonesia, Nathania Insyirah.
Okay, Mark. Questions, because we've got another warm-up 2 of 6.
It's question time. Actually, what we can do a little bit is, in addition to asking the questions that have come in on social media, we can also get a little shout out, because we have had some people sending us some very lovely acknowledgement of the long hours. So from Kashmarek, she doesn't have a question. She just wants to say how much she appreciates what we're doing. So we are grateful that you're listening and grateful that you're enjoying. So
and thank you for taking the time to say that. That's very nice.
Right, next up. So from @Z_NationX, what do world standings have an effect on in figure skating?
Well, that's an interesting question, because it's like, what does a world standing mean? Well, it's really the world championship or your championship here if you win an event, or a junior Grand Prix or senior Grand Prix final if you win those events. So being in first place at those is more important than being the first ranked in the world. It's not unlike in tennis. There are some tennis players that are ranked number 1 in the world, but they go to Wimbledon and they're knocked out in the second round. Well, probably they're not number 1 anymore, but the point is that they go in as number 1. So it doesn't really have a major impact on anything of value necessarily for you. You don't get more money because of it, but it does sort of tell the world and yourself that you're here. You are. You're a junior, and you are ranked in the top 10 of the worlds and juniors. And I've seen a number of our skaters that are ranked fairly high, and they can wear that with pride. Does it mean anything for your career? other than what it does for you personally, not so much, I don't think.
No, and I think it's perhaps a little bit more pertinent in terms of the seniors, insofar as if you have a higher world standing or world ranking, then that can affect your chances for other events. So you're perhaps more inclined to get a senior Grand Prix if you've got a higher world ranking, and also it does impact upon the starting order for some of the major championship events. So if you've got a high world ranking, well, the world ranking is based in reverse order. So if you're the lowest ranked skater going into the World Championships, that's the start of the event.
Yeah, it does matter for that. Sorry, I neglected to say that, but that's true, it does. But I think the titles with the medal and the money that comes with a win, it means maybe a little bit more.
The skaters probably take that one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, next question from @Jenna1211. What do you mean by little details of skaters?
Oh boy, that's a massive rabbit hole.
That for me.
Yeah. Well, you'll go into more, but little details for us would be things like if you're in a camel spin or in a landing position and that toe is not pointed, because it breaks the line. So aesthetically, when this would somehow count in the PCs and the overall look and impression, is if you've got body lines that aren't aesthetically, correct, then that can affect the overall impression, and it will lower, perhaps in some cases, the GOE as well. Mm-hmm. So you're going to want to have a nice, strong. If you're bent over in the landing position and you're too far forward on your blade, et cetera, that's going to affect the GOE. So you're going to, those small little details of a hand movement or of a pointed toe or of the turn of a head, we also call them nuances as well. Little nuance to the music. So Mark, you take it on from there.
Well, I mean, I think in terms of us, when we mention little details, so when Ted and I are on the microphone and we're talking about little details, often that'll pertain to the aesthetic. So we're not necessarily talking about how it'll affect the scores, but the general aesthetic. And in regards to little details, one of the things that's most magical and amazing, but also complex about our sport, is that if done well, every muscle fiber is engaged. So when you look at Mao Shimada later today, she will have her little fingers right down to her toes engaged. Her every vertebrae in her back and the muscles around it will be engaged to create these beautiful shapes. The neckline, every factor. And so that's when we're saying little detail, because it could be one of hundreds of little details that compile together to make that wonderful aesthetic which we see from the world's best. So the little details are all of basically every muscle fiber being lit up. So little details are all adding together to make the likes of the Mao Shimada aesthetic, or or the the Ilya Malinin engagement in his rotational position. I feel like Ilya Malinin, when he does a quad axel, every little detail of his body is engaged efficiently to get the job done.
Yep. Okay.
There we go. That was I got quite energetic there.
You did. You're out of breath almost.
Yeah. Wow.
Got to get conditioned there. Get ready for Gdansk.
Yeah. Don't peak too soon. Next question from our friend @Susanna Porto, who listens in avidly. Great to hear from you, Susanna, and thank you for the question. Are there any requirements a skater has to meet to be assigned to a junior Grand Prix event?
Well, for internationally, no, but nationally, yes, I would say. Depends on the country, I suppose, but certainly in like France or Japan or China or Canada or United States, there's going to be, because there's a number of skaters, so they probably have some sort of criteria in regards to the skill level that you're currently at, the points that you may have achieved over the past year, so they'll have a different evaluation system. But as far as the ISU goes, they don't have a level. Every other competition, yes, but on the Junior Grand Prix, no. The final, yes.
So it makes it special.
Yeah. That's why we see skaters from all over the world here. And completely different levels of skill. We take a look at our next skater.
Ladies and gentlemen, next to skate,
representing from Indonesia, Nathania Kinariza Insyirah. 14 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She did compete at the Asian Open earlier this season.
Nathania will skate to La Bohème by Puccini.
From Indonesia,
Nathania Kanariza Insyirah representing Indonesia. And the Indonesian Ice Skating Federation were just saying how proud they are of her, and they were aware that there are confidence struggles for young teenagers like this and how big a step this is for her emotionally and mentally. And yet, Nathania has absolutely showcased resilient mental strength to be able to skate as well as she has under the pressure.
And you know, you could see a huge smile on her face at the end of this program. And for her, at her stage of development, this was a clean skate. Yes, the elements were under-rotated, there, as we saw there, or downgraded. But for her, standing up on everything, there are no falls in this program and no major stumbles. Yes, there's under-rotations and there's other little things. But I think she came off the ice and said, that's the best that I can do right at this moment in my career. And it was a good skate for her.
And it's just now, when you see that joy off the ice, so wonderful to see. And now that the situation now for Nathania is to make sure that then the default setting back in training, as they shape hearts, is to be of a 4-point something in the skating skills, whereas it's a 3-point something now. So it's just to go and build up with the technical element score and the program component scores, because she's showcased a real mental resilience of being able to do what she's capable of in training under high pressure situation. And that's a different skill that not everybody has.
Yeah, and you know, I think she can leave here in knowing that that's what she can do at this moment. Now, how does she want to improve? What is the next phase or the next number of items she wants to work on to improve the skating? Certainly the basic skating skills will go a long way because she skates kind of in a straight line a fair amount. Well, let's take a look at the scores. It was a great joy for her to skate that well at this competition on the Junior Grand Prix.
Insyirah from Indonesia has earned
At 59.07, that is first in the free program. Nathania looks at that squints there, and she's a 91.45, and she's in first, and that's a thrill. So happy with the skate, thrilled with the number. Good experience.
Just saying, first for now. It might go down, but first for now.
Our next competitor represents Thailand, Chiranat, Chinprapakron. 15 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, and a few international competitions under her belt.
Chiranat will skate to Dawn of Faith. Chiranat, Pakron skate is a clean skate as the women continue to deliver what they are capable of. And interesting as I look back for Chiranat at previous events when she competed at the
From
Asian Open, she went for the
Thailand,
triple loop. On this occasion, she's elected
Chinprapakron.
not to go for any triple jumps, but it's paid off because she's gone out and she's given a clean skate for which she can be very proud of in front of an adoring crowd, a home crowd for Chiranat.
And it's amazing the confidence that gives you, that helps you build your confidence moving forward, knowing that, okay, I've mastered that level to a certain degree. Now I need to go to the next level, which is more risky, trying more difficult elements. But a number of these young women have had a really good skate for themselves. So we take a look at the opening element here. Double axel gets all the way around. It's clean in the system. In fact, there's only one element out of 11 that was under review. There's a second double axel, double toe. So this was a solid skate for this young woman. Double flip, double loop, double toe. Nice stand. Yes, now more speed, pointed toe. There's lots of things to work on here. Better rotation position, making sure the ankles are tight together, making sure the legs are together. Those details are the next phase because that'll allow you to get into triple jumps when you're more efficient in the air. But at this stage, that was good. That was as good as it can be at the level that she's at. That was well done.
Yeah, and I think, as we keep saying, huge congratulations for Chiranat and her team now. Job done brilliantly. Now for the skater, it's taking a little bit more autonomy and learning from it. Maybe, as I said last week, maybe making some notes. What do I see in the others? Or maybe take some more awareness of the UE positive criteria so you can apply it.
What do you want to be? How good do you want to be? And then figure out what's the next step. 67.50 for Chiranat. That is first in the free program. They're thrilled. Oh, she's kind of happy. 101.78 for a total competition score, and that puts her in the first place. It's like she's wondering, like, okay, is this good? Wow, she's pretty chilled about it, eh? Fans aren't. Yeah. They're happy. Coaches are.
They're going crazy.
She's calm. That's good to have that. Nice. Our next competitor represents Singapore, 16-year-old Vianna Shenru Linke. Third Junior Grand Prix season, 22nd last year at Wuji.
Vianna took part in a recent Asian youth figure skating camp, which I believe took place last week, and that offered a chance for her to share similar struggles and challenges with other Asian athletes, and she hopes that skating now she can inspire many more young skaters from Singapore.
From
Singapore skater
Singapore,
Vianna
Vianna
Linke
Linke.
skating, you know, a great double axel as the final jump of the program.
Yeah.
A positive creative execution for that, which showcases what she's capable of. And I was just looking, Ted, at Vianna online, and one of the last things that she posted was her working on her triple loop on the 3rd of September in what is a completely different size ice rink. And as she was entering the loop here, I thought, it's so different when your pattern is different and your timing is different on a bigger surface, and she copes with it remarkably well.
Yeah, that double axel at the end of the program was just superb, and she had this speed and the energy. And here's the double Lutz double axel. You can see the under rotation, or the downgrade, if you will. And she has quite a few elements under review. You can see under rotated there with a 2-foot touchdown as well. There's the double Lutz, double toe, turn, double loop. Good effort. Kept on fighting. And there's the double axel near the end of the program, all the way around. Gets a free leg back. That was really lovely, and shows what her capability is. And you know, when they're when the skaters are relaxed and they can jump like that, they get lots of air time and they're comfortable and it's an easy jump. But when you're anxious and you're stressed a little bit, you tend to rush that timing, which means you don't get the full explosion off the ice. You don't get as high, and therefore you under rotate. So it's feeling calm and relaxed, not too relaxed, but relaxed so that your timing stays the same as it does in practice. That's easy to say. It's very difficult to do, considering that you're in an anxious type of stressful environment in competition.
But I think I mentioned last year that for Vianna, each year she volunteers to teach children, 500 children, to build alternative energy to help them see the fun in the mechanics of science. I saw that online. Now, Vianna Linke from Singapore is not going to win this Junior Grand Prix figure skating event, but a woman like her who does things like helps other children to learn the mechanics of science is obviously an amazing all-rounded human being.
Yeah.
And she looks a little bit forlorn in the kiss and cry now because the skate wasn't what she was hoping for. But to me, you are a champion human that needs to be I'm championing you now.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, she's able to look, you know, the intellect is so high, she's able to solve problems because she's able to figure it out. Figure skating is complicated to figure out. It's physical. And even though it's very mental as well, it's not like math that you can work it out to, you know, the decimal point or whatever. It's emotional, it's feelings, it's timing, it's rhythm. And those that are really of a high intellect find it very frustrating and rewarding to participate in the sport. Because it's not easy.
I mean, it's got to be the hardest one. Like, find me a harder sport. Like, Vianna Linke is just going out and jump
But
triples.
define hard. Define hard. What do you mean? Well, you know, getting your head knocked around in football and hockey, that's hard. But,
that's hard.
you know, different skills.
Technically complex.
Well, that's a good point. We can debate that. Gymnastics, probably. It's 58.73. That is third in the free program for Vianna, with a total competition score of 94.36, and that will put Vianna currently into second place overall at this stage of the competition.
In second place. Next to skate, representing Malaysia.
Our next skater represents Malaysia, Chloe Xing Yao Ning Ying, 15 years old, first junior Grand Prix event. Looks to have been out of international competition for the past season.
From Kuala Lumpur, Chloe Jinyauten skates a difficult free skate. And interesting, Ted, because we've had quite a lot of the skaters delivering fairly clean skates based on what they're capable of. Chloe had that kind of experience in the short program. She landed a nice triple salchow double toe loop. She did her double axel in the short program. But today, for whatever reason, struggling through. And perhaps for the women, it's the concept of having a day's gap in between the short program and the free skate as we look back at this double flip, double toe combination.
Yeah, it's interesting. There are different sort of patterns in competition. In this particular one, they have a day in between, and quite often they don't. Everybody be a little bit different. A lot of people, maybe the more experienced skaters, will say, no, I'd rather have a day off so I can, get myself prepared. And everybody's a little bit different. But if this is the first time you've experienced that, then it's like, oh boy, this has been long. Nice double axel near the end of the program. Good work. And just had some slippy problems, slipping on the landings and there on the ending of that spin at the end of her program. Just maybe not quite as stable as you would be in practice sessions where there isn't the external environmental effects of, lights and people in the audience and all of that.
And you wonder now if her coach with her in the kiss and cry is just looking through the online results that they're able to access, so she can perhaps already relay to Chloe the things that have happened. So the flying camel combo spin with a V beside it, just then the coach explaining what the judges and the tech panel had made of the performance.
And I think that's great because you're able to review it right away. Say, no, you didn't get that. You can see right here. So in the kiss and cry, even before they get the scores, they'll understand better why they got the scores they did, because they can read instantly what the score sheet says, even when they're sitting in the kiss and cry. So thanks to the ISU for having that organized, so the coaches and skaters can have immediate access, even during the program. You see, and making her smile there. That's funny. I should do that to you. I should make you smile sometimes. But you're always smiling, so.
Like some pranks will be played in Gdansk and Abu Dhabi.
Oh yeah, I mean, because we'll be a little bit Looney Tunes at that point, but or maybe I will be, or who knows? We'll see.
I'm already Looney Tune. That's the thing. What you were thinking. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I was not sure how to get out of that one, so it was.
I know your subtext.
I was trying to back out slowly. Beep beep beep. All right.
I hear you. I agree with you.
Well, there was a number of elements. 5 elements were reviewed. So that's what took a little bit more time. And we'll take a look at the free program scores of 52.15. That is 6th in the free program with a total competition score of 88.18. And that'll put Chloe, for the moment, at least into 4th place.
This puts her currently in 4th place.
Mark, now we're going to move all the way up into Scandinavia. Our next skater represents Sweden, 18-year-old Alexandra Odman, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, Sweden junior silver medalist, 37th at the World Junior Championships last season.
And Alexandra had a wonderfully poignant storyline behind her short program. The free skate, it's the music Gift of Life by Thomas Bergerson, and the concept created for her by Andrea Vaturi is that she is fighting for the gift of life. She's a positive warrior, and that concept helps her connect with this music ever more as we wish her all the best.
From Sweden.
Sweden's Alexandra Odman just coming to terms with that free skate. And Ted, I'm so sorry for Alexandra that this is a skate that she will not want to relive. However, a little bit like what we saw from one of the earlier competitors, the resilience, the fight,
Yes.
push to still keep striving.
I love
was
that.
evident.
I love that. You're gonna
And I
have
think-
you're gonna have bad skates like this or tough skates like this in your career for sure. But the difference is she didn't give up, and neither did that other skater. And that is a huge credit. She doesn't know that right now because every time she tried harder, she took another fall and doesn't understand the value of that. The value of the points you lose in the fall for sure. And beautiful movements in the beginning of this.
Well, isn't it stunning? Like the choreography by Andrea Pasuree again, like just the concept of something so unique. Even from the first double axel there, you could see she was not comfortable in the air today.
Yeah, she's too far back on the heel. You know, she would take her body back. You could see every fall goes backwards, not forwards. Of course, I had to say that when she went forward on that one, but it wasn't a fall at least. And she was just struggling for a balance.
Yeah,
But
it felt like.
But Alexandra, be sure to understand that I know you don't feel this at the moment, but the value of the effort was so critical and so appreciated by so many people, particularly your coach and your parents and us as well. And you won't always have the good days, but you always have to try and fight all the way through, and you did.
And she's a beautiful skater. Like she really
Yeah,
is.
she's
It's
lovely.
just-
Lovely skater, yeah.
And I mean, you know, her potential, I think, would be, you know, potentially top 10. We've seen the triple loops from her. She's got the triple jump content to be competitive. But just, you know, days like this happen, and we've seen it. And I've referenced other skaters that have had these nightmarish experiences. And I think sometimes you think that it's only you that could have had a skate as bad as that. But, you know, the world's very, very best, the famous skaters that you know of, they'll have been there too at some point.
Would you rather have a skate like this and give up, or a skate like this and not give up? And she had a skate like this and didn't give up, and that is worth a lot, because that is going to pay dividends in the future, both in the sport but in life. You don't give up. You have to fight all your way through, and most often those are unpleasant moments, but they're valuable. I learned that because I made so many mistakes in my life, you know.
Oh my
so
gosh.
often and I couldn't figure it out. Why can't I do it? And I kept trying, and then all of a sudden you discovered you could, and that opened the door to another discovery, which opened the door to another discovery. Once you start to fight through all the way and all the tough times, do the trench work, it shows you a pathway of success. 57.75 for Alexandra Odman. That's fifth in the free program with a total competition score of 97.48. That'll put her for the moment into second place. A really good skater. This was a tough night. Keep fighting. Keep working hard like you already are. Our next competitor represents Azerbaijan, Leyli Akhundova, 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season.
Leyli will skate to Sans Toi and ceux qui rêvent by Palm for her free skate opening, the triple loop jump.
Et ce matin j'ignorais Dieu que ma vie commençait sans toi. Des chants de guerre depuis je composais et dans mes airs je petit trou dans les toiles étanches, triste strass sur le voile, et m'envoûter de ténèbres. Je passe des heures infinies à compter les moutons funèbres qui tapissent mes insomnies. Minuit est là. Je ne dors pas. Comment je dors, plus je tourne, plus je pense et moins j'oublie. L'immense impasse, l'espace immense qui s'étend au fond de mon dos. C'est inouï tout ce silence qui est cosmique, c'est en nous. Dois-je recourir à la science, anesthésie l'insomnie. Minuit est là. Je ne dors pas. Depuis passé minuit, je danse au rythme des tachycardies. Et tout s'emballe et tout balance, tout m'étale et tout me fuit. Et je l'étouffe en torrents, sa vie est une maladie. Ceux qui rêvent ont bien de la chance et les autres ont des insomnies. Ceux qui rêvent ont bien de la chance et les autres ont des insomnies. Ceux qui rêvent ont bien de la chance, quant à moi j'ai des insomnies. Minuit est là. Je ne dors pas. Minuit est là. Je ne dors pas. Je ne dors pas. Je ne dors pas. Je ne dors
Leyli, Akhundova representing Azerbaijan, and for Leyli, like we're seeing perhaps at this junction in the competition, as the technical difficulty increases, and of course that greater risk impacts upon the skater's ability to score highly. And so we noticed with the previous group that were lower ranked in the short program that we had the cleaner skates, and now that this group actually find themselves going lower in scoring, but that's because they've got to take that higher risk, and they're looking upset, understandably, but this is necessary developmental stage.
Yeah, and Leyli has some really elegant moves and posture and choreography in that program, but she will define this as a failure because of the mistakes, technical mistakes. But you have to be making this effort. There's the triple loop to start the program, and that's under-rotated, but really quite nicely done mechanically. There's the triple toe loop too far back and has to take the fall. But the mechanics of the takeoff's there. Double axel, good. Gets it up into the double toe loop, nice. So you see some nice elements, and we saw a number of mistakes as well. There's the double lutz, into the double toe loop, into the double loop. Good work. A little bit later in the program with a little falling leaf. So there is some good skill level here, but not all the way through the program. Those are just mistakes. So you can find the good, but you obviously can clearly feel for her where the mistakes were.
And I think another factor to take note of for Leyli is that yesterday she opened the program with a wonderful triple lutz double toe. Today she was using that, her most weighted jumping pass for the last, two of the last three jumping passes in this program. But it's harder to do that in a free skate when you're more exhausted. So
totally.
Further feedback. Just further
yeah,
feedback.
no, I think it's a really good point. I mean, there'll be a time where you can do that triple S double toe or triple S triple toe near the end of the program, but that's, you got to get it at the beginning of the program first, and then your conditioning will grow as you get stronger and more confident, and you might be able to shift it a little bit later in the program. But let's take a look at the free program score, 60.72. That will put Leyli into second place in the free program with a total competition score of 101.11, and that will put her overall for the moment after group number 2 into second place. Well, that completes the second group of 6. We have 4 more to come, and we will continue to see more difficulty, a little higher skill level as we move through the free program. Mark, what do we got on the video playback list?
Well, during this ice resurface, please stay tuned to hear from Sumika Kanazawa, the 13-year-old that won the Grand Prix in Varese last week from Japan, and then to our figure skating basics series when we discuss the importance and the jobs of the judging panel.
Well, you hope you enjoy that, and we'll be back right after the ice resurfacing. Stay with us.
Sumika Kanazawa, omedetou gozaimasu.
ありがとうございます。
Now, this is your first Junior Grand Prix. Did you have any expectations coming into this competition?
初めてのジュニアグランプリで緊張を絶対すると思ったので、とりあえず楽しむことを目標に出てきたので優勝できてすごい嬉しいです。
And now you work with some incredible coaches. How important are your coaches to you?
いろんなことを教えてくれたりしてすごく自分のこう毎日一日一日成長していける存在ですごく頼りになります。
Next week we see the three-time Junior World Champion Mao Shimada return to the Junior Grand Prix. She's your training mate, you train with her. Is she a big inspiration to you?
トリプルアクセルを練習するにあたってやっぱり真央ちゃんの練習してる姿を見たり4回転してる姿を見たりしてきたのでやっぱりすごいこう今同じジュニアとして戦ってるのが自分でも驚いてるぐらいすごい存在なので、来週も演技楽しみにしてます。
Well, you've made a great impression in your first Junior Grand Prix and we wish you all the very best for the rest of the season. ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Welcome back to Figure Skating Basics. We're going to talk about the technical element scores and
the program component scores. But first of all, the tech element score.
well, the technical panel is up a little higher than the judging panel. They will identify what the element is and how difficult it is. What about the judges?
The judges will then boost or subtract from that technical element score with the grade of execution. Now, some examples of the elements that the judges in the tech panel will be looking at. In single skating, we'd have jumps, spins, step sequences.
And at ice dance?
We would have lifts, twizzles, steps, spin, and choreographic elements.
And in pairs, which is different from the ice dance, you'll see the big lifts, the throws across the ice, the death spirals, and some single elements, some side-by-side jumps and spins as well.
And so the technical element score will come up first on the screen on the most left-hand side, and then the judges down here at rinkside analyze the program component score.
Well, that's figure skating scoring 101.
We hope you've enjoyed this understanding the scoring. Make sure that you tune in for the next episode of Figure Skating Basics.
I wanna get lost in your ocean and drown. I wanna be careless and free. I wanna live here in the moment we found. I wanna be all that you see. But tomorrow can wait. Freezing time in this place till the sun is awake. Be like a magnet on me. I don't care what they say. We can do it our way. And if love's just a game, then come and play. Siza, meet me on the floor tonight. Show me how to move like the water. In between the dancing lights. Be mine, be mine. Siza, meet me on the floor tonight. Show me how to move like the water. In between the dancing lights.
The following skaters may now take the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. From Kyrgyzstan, Uliana Torbenkova. From New Zealand, Petra Lahti.
Welcome back, everyone, to the women's free program, day number 3 of competition here in Bangkok, Thailand. Week number 4 in the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, Mark Hanready joining me from his studio in Nottingham. Mark, do we have more questions?
We do indeed, and one of which I think is a really interesting one, which I think, before I mention the question, I think I'll maybe try to make sense of it for those that are listening that aren't familiar with our sport, because I think I have to be cognizant of the fact that there are some people who might be tuning in, maybe even skating parents, that don't necessarily know all the intricacies of what goes on in the creation of our sport. So the question from @Terpsithia is, how would you feel about separate judges for jumps to help with the program component scores influence debate? So the debate would be that potentially when a skater goes out and skates cleanly in terms of landing their jumps, that the judges will then have a big knock-on impact on what they consider the skating skills and the composition to be. So that's a debate. Now, whether or not that's accurate or not is unclear. You know, it's not tangible that we could give a direct correlation with a skater having a clean skate and then getting immeasurably more, for it. However, the idea of separate panels for separate facets of the scoring is something that, Ted, you said has long since been discussed.
Yeah, that's a valuable point. The job of the judges, it's been very difficult, particularly in the old system. They had to do everything. They had all those jumps and all those spins, although they were not necessarily prescribed, and people could do 2 jumps, they could do 15 jumps, didn't matter. And when the system came in, we have 2 panels now, so the duties are split. And so we reduced, at least to some degree, the amount of work that the judge has to do, because there's a lot to cover. The quality of the jumps, and those GOEs, or the GOEs, that's the quality of them, and the program components as well. And the technical panel handles exactly what the element is. So we've reduced that, and I think the judging has been more accurate and specific to the criteria that has been written. But still, you could split the panel into 3 as opposed to 2. So we've got 2 panels, technical panel and the judges. And you could split it into program component panel, GOE panel, and the technical panel. Wait a minute, that's a lot of panels, but you can split it GOE, program components, and the technical calling, of course. So right now the GOE is also in the hands of the judge. And they do, for the most part, pretty good, because it's very specific criteria. And I think if you look at the report cards, I think they do an excellent job on the GOE for the most part. So I'm not sure that's really necessary, but that is a possibility. But, anything other than that, I don't know. But any idea is a good idea, particularly with 2030 coming up. They want everything on the table. There's going to be a lot of ideas that wouldn't work for a whole variety of different reasons. But if we don't try to find out, and you don't ask enough questions, you're not going to find that one diamond in the rough that you didn't even think about, but somebody else did?
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of separate judges, as we look at the skaters warming up now in their 6-minute warm-up, in terms of the separate judges, what I think might be accurate for the skaters in getting feedback would be different judges, not for the creative execution and then a different panel for the components. What I think might be interesting would be to have different judges for the different components, because I think if you had, currently, the judge has to ascertain a score for their skaters' skating skills, their presentation, and their composition. And often they are fairly closely bound together, those 3 different scores from each one judge. I think it'd be interesting to be able to assign the job of composition judging to some judges, the job of presentation judging to some, and the job of skating skills judging to some, because for me then we might see a wider diversity between the 3 components. That would be my
So are you saying keep the same panel, keep the same numbers on the panel, and just say, hey, you 3 don't need to worry about anything other than skating skills. That's all you're going to do. You're going to do the GOEs and you're doing skating skills. The next 3, you're doing composition, but, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, that is what I'm suggesting. However, I understand and appreciate that for that to be a good mean and average for the skaters, they would need bigger numbers. So essentially what I'm mindful of is that what I'm suggesting, I also need more resources, because I would rather see 5 judges for each of them rather than when we currently have a panel of 9, 3, 3, and 3 for each one. So as with so many factors, finances, resources, when you add more needs, it's harder to facilitate. But I do think that would be something that I would be quite confident to promote as an option.
Yeah, there's so many factors. You're talking about cost, number one. You're also talking about the ability of 3 to have a major impact, as opposed to a larger panel having each individual having less impact or contributing to the one score. So there's a whole number. Math is beyond what we're talking about right here. So, but again, I think any idea would be put up with the people that would understand, how could we actually make that work? And then somebody saying, nope, that's going to cost too much. Could be a whole variety of different reasons why to do it or why not to do it. But good idea, good effort to explore what the possibilities are. I have to say the judges do really a very good job on GOEs. Program components is a bit different, but the GOEs I think they do a very good job at. So yeah.
And I think that's what's tangible, because as we see this jump, that step out has a direct, every factor of that triple loop that we just saw, I've got criteria that I can read to ascertain a GOE. I think the components are a little bit more subjective.
Okay,
But
here we
anyway,
go.
that's the
Mark,
time.
group number 3, you filled the air extremely well. Our first competitor represents Kyrgyzstan, 16-year-old Uliana Torbenkova, first Junior Grand Prix season.
And as Uliana takes to the ice in this next group, we can see an increased difficulty in the planned program content as we see the higher ranked skaters after the short program. And Uliana intends to open with a big combination of double axel and triple toe.
From Kyrgyzstan, Uliana Torbenkova.
Kyrgyzstan's Uliana Torbenkova completes her free skate to playing times by Riviera. And as was with the previous group, we see the risk versus reward again coming into play here. More difficulty and thus more opportunity, but also more opportunity for mistakes to be made. And currently the technical panel are reviewing what happened for Uliana in that skate.
Yeah, it's a pretty good example of skaters that are at a higher degree level or difficulty or trying it. Look at that double axel, triple toe to open the program. That was lovely. No problem. You can see she can do it. But when you get a little bit tight in competition, there's that under rotation on that triple loop, and that is being looked at. There's the triple flip. That's also under rotated or downgraded, in fact, in the system. And there's triple Salchow, and that is in it an under rotation. So she's going for everything because she can do it probably in practice. That triple lutz a little bit later in the program, she gets that clean. That's good. So some really good effort here to increase her difficulty under pressure. Some worked and some did not, but she's on the right pathway to increasing her degree of difficulty in international competition. Wasn't all successful, but the effort was there.
When we were asked the question about the little details, now the little details will be the clarification of all of the jump landings. That will be one primary detail that will have a huge impact for Uliana to take her score significantly higher.
Well, that was a good effort, and that's exactly what a skater like this needs to do, is to go out in international competition and skate to the level that they've been practicing at, knowing that the risk of that is going to maybe end up to be a lower score than you're capable of with a clean skate. But that's part of the process. It's learning. You don't automatically, because you can skate well in practice, become a good competitor. You have to learn to become a competitor. Because that environment is completely different. It's sort of like if you're really good at lecturing your husband or your wife or your brother or your sister, but then you got to do that in front of 1,000 people. All of a sudden, there's panic that sets in, right? It's completely different.
Yeah.
And that's another skill level that you have to learn. You can be comfortable in one environment and extremely uncomfortable in another.
Yeah, and, another thing to be mindful of for those that are watching that haven't experienced a Junior Grand Prix is that the skaters will have had an earlier practice and then they have the long wait in between, so they've had to have their adrenaline spike and their energies built up for practice. And then there's that, for me, one of the harder things to replicate, which you can't do in practice, is the long wait between practice and competition, because that's daunting.
It's a good point. And also, you rarely, the top competitors do, practice for 6-minute warm-up, get off the ice and wait for 45 minutes, come on cold, and skate your free program. Because that's what you have to do in competition. That's another thing that, generally speaking, you wouldn't do in practice, but you need to learn how to spend time waiting. And where does your mind go in that situation? Let's take a look at the score. 72.30 for Uliana. That's first in the free program, with a total competition score of 113.36 as Uliana Torbenkova takes over the lead at this point of the competition. Now our next skater represents New Zealand. We'll see her next week in Beijing at the Olympic trials as well. 17-year-old Petra Lahti, like many skaters, has the dream of competing and qualifying for Olympics. And that will be a challenge for next week in Beijing, but right now it's the Junior Grand Prix.
And Petra will skate to Light of the Seven from Game of Thrones.
Representing New Zealand, Petra Lahti. Now, I hope that Petra does watch this. I do want to say Petra is a lovely skater. She carries great flow across the ice. That triple sow, Euler, double sow cow combination, unbelievable. Fabulous stuff. Really, really good elements. I can see them. But obviously, there is a lack of concentration going into the jump, because if you don't turn them, you can't do them. And this is just her making her mind up that I'm going to turn this jump, as she did in that triple loop, even though it was a bit of a problem. Here's the triple salchow, Euler, double sow. Beautiful. You can see what she can do, but she let a lot of elements pop. There's the double axle into the single axle. And then all of a sudden, the triple salchow comes a little bit later, but she'd already popped a number of jumps in the middle. No one can fix that. There's no coach that can fix that. No one can fix that except for the athlete, to prepare themselves to turn. And can be obviously psychological. Maybe there's, I don't know, fear is maybe too strong of a word, but a lack of concentration or whatever. You just have to make sure that every jump you go in practice and in competition, you make the priority to turn. And then figure it out from there as to, was there a mistake other than that? But you got to turn the jumps. She's a lovely skater. And if she turned all those jumps, this score would be, significantly higher, obviously.
And I think, moving forward then for Petra, because obviously she's got such a short turnaround time as she shapes her heart, if she can just keep trying to visualize positively, because there are so many studies that suggest that the visualization can have huge impacts on ability.
Yeah, 72.78. That's first in the free program. That's quality. You can see that. 113.93. And maybe next week at the Olympic qualifying event, maybe she will say, you know what the heck, let's go. Let's just turn them all. And because if she does, that's going to be a wonderful moment for her and for those that get to watch.
Next to skate.
Our next competitor represents Georgia, Asia Alekberdieva, 15 years old, first junior Grand Prix event, born in Ekaterinburg, Russia, now representing Georgia.
And for Aisha, she had some struggles on the 2 triple jumps in this short program. Now skating to Prelude to the Age of Heroes by Havasi. Georgia's Aisha Alakverdieva completes a free skate that not ideal, but interestingly, when I look back from Aisha's past stats, it appears like she hasn't competed since the Abu Dhabi Classic Trophy, which was back in February of 2024. So this, although not ideal, perhaps belying injuries or perhaps maybe the change of federation to represent Georgia, I'm not sure, but whatever the reason for the long prolonged absence from competition, it confirms that going back into competition is a whole new set of extremes for wit to deal with.
Yeah, I would even align it with the first time in competition, because you kind of remember it, but you don't know how to control it. There's the triple salcho to start. That was nicely done. Up into the double axel, double toe. So good start to the program. And you can see the mechanics are good. There's the triple loop, too far forward, and she has to take the fall. So getting your body aligned properly as you leave the ice, go up in the air, it's so important. The triple toe loop, and under rotated, really not very quick into rotation either. And then the triple salchow later stands up kind of. I think it's under rotated, it is in the system. And the layback. She has some really good qualities. You can see well taught, but as you mentioned, Mark, you know, out of competition perhaps, waiting for, you know, that transfer, if you will, to Georgia, and maybe just not getting the experience that she needed to deliver what she can here in competition.
But then I suppose that the new beginnings that this offers, as she's coached by Leyla Chapikashvili. Now, opportunity now, new beginning, new start. And you can see her, that was kind of fun to just see that clench of the fist. And okay, right, I've reignited perhaps the awareness of what it's like to feel the nerves of competition. And now she can utilize that to return to training.
Yeah, and she knows, so does the coaches, how good she can be. And maybe she is in practice. But that's what adds to the frustration of coming back. Well, why can't I do it when I need it, you know? And that, as we've talked about very often, it's a complete different beast. Being a good skater in practice and being a good competitor is not the same.
And I think interesting for us to note that there are 6 of the elements of the 11 that have the negative grade of execution. But I think Aisha can do all of those in isolation with a positive grade of execution.
Totally. You can see that. Let's take a look at the scores for the free program. 75.03, that is first in the free program. That demonstrates something with the total competition score 118.63, and that'll put her for the moment overall into first place. The abilities are there, the desire is there. It's just that experience and time that's needed to put it all together. And this is one of them, the experience that will help her long term.
Representing Kazakhstan, Veronica
Our next skater represents Kazakhstan, Veronica Kim, 15 years old, 5th place at the recent Asian Open. Mark?
Yeah, and Veronica was an exciting individual character, and that already displayed right now in her start position.
Everybody's looking
You know, Mark, there are some skaters that are intimidated by a competitive environment. Then there are others that are energized by it. And I think Veronica Kim of Kazakhstan is energized by the competitive environment. Yeah, she made a couple mistakes, but man, did she attack everything.
Yeah, and attacking everything, not just from the jumping passes, but to the concept of the choreography. And it was interesting, you know, whether or not I was saying, does the coach come first? You know, a coach like Ilya Klimkin was so unique in his movement, or is it, as you rightly pointed out, Ted, off air, you can't teach that kind of attitude and sass, and it's wonderful that she's got a coach that will probably endorse it and encourage it.
Oh, I think Ilya encourages it and brings it out in her, but she hasn't, because if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to do that attack like she does all the way through this program. Really interesting skater. Love watching. Look at the lean on that Salchow, but hung on to it. And there's the triple flip a little bit later, quick. Now, some of these elements are under-rotated. The Lutz was, and there's some under, no, just one. There's one on the quarter and one under-rotated, but there's a triple toe loop out of a Wally. Let's just step out of it. She's unpredictable, which is exciting. And she's powerful.
I was going,
yeah.
Wow.
And then, whoa, just lost her balance. And I think that above.
I was just,
sorry, go ahead.
well, I was just going to say, when she was doing that transition, my brain was going, wow, that's so cool, that's so unique. Also, when she did this section, the crowd clapped what they assumed was the conclusion of the performance, and then obviously Veronica knows what was next, and she gives it some major attitude towards the judges.
Yeah, that's
fun.
cool. I mean, yeah, that you need that's an individual personality, as Ilya had when he was skating, and that brings something special to the sport. They may or may not win an event, but they're certainly going to entertain. I like watching her skate. You know, you're on the edge of the seat and you're amazed one moment, and you know, fascinated by the next, and on the edge of the seat the next, and
you know, Ted, we often, as we've joked about, we get asked about costuming, but that has no impact necessarily on the event. But the fact that Veronica's got her own unique costuming, the kind of almost dog collar choker, the green hair, it just gives us a connection with the human. We're seeing a little snippet of an insight into this 15-year-old Amity and kind of energy. You know?
If you have that but don't back it up with the skating, then it doesn't match. But she backs it up. So she's edgy in her look, and she's edgy in her skating, which makes her an exciting personality to watch, and she's really a good skater and a good jumper and a good spinner, you name it. I like it, but it's a sport, and there were some mistakes. We'll take a look at the score. 85.29. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 130.67, and you can see Ilya just shake his head at the beginning there going, wow, not enough, but it's there in her. Wow, she's fun to watch. Our next skater represents Estonia, 16-year-old Marta Helena Prango. Ranked 7th at Senior Estonia Nationals. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
The story behind this, the same free skate as she had last year. She starts as a pianist and gets drawn into the piano, ultimately becoming part of the symphony.
Zu Asche, zu Staub, dem Licht geraubt, doch noch nicht jetzt. Wunde warten bis zuletzt. Doch noch nicht jetzt. Wunde warten
Estonia's Marta Helena Prangl completes her free
From
skate.
Estonia, Marta
The same free skate,
Helena
she had added some
Prangl.
lyrics to it. She wanted more power in the program, and it's essentially power that prevents her from keeping the component scores that she showcased at the start of the program. We were discussing, Ted, during that performance, perhaps it's just lack of ability to get the run-throughs done, or perhaps there's something unquantifiable about competition can sometimes just explete your energy much quicker because you've had so much nervous energy already coursing through your system throughout the day.
Yeah, and what a beautiful triple loop that was to start. I loved her technique. But she fell apart a little bit later in the program. Good triple Lutz, gets the free leg back in time, does the double toe loop. Good start. I thought, wow, what a nice skater. And she is a nice skater. But she did start to lose it a little bit later in the program. There's the triple toe loop. And she manages to get that done, maybe under, I'm not sure. No, it's clean in the system. But later on, she got a little bit fatigued, and the jumps didn't lift quite as high, or she'd pop them into doubles on an angle. Then you could see falling out of that, getting a little tired, trying to catch up to the music. And so the chase begins. But it was easy in the beginning, but it became difficult partway through. But she's a lovely, lovely skater. This is for sure. Just ran out of gas.
The scores.
It begs the question of how many run-throughs can you manage to muster in practice to ready yourself for
Yeah,
these.
exactly.
Marta Helena Prangl.
Marta,
from
Marta
Estonia
Helena
has earned
Prangl
in her free
for
skate
Estonia is 87.29. That is first in the free
87.29.
program. That shows her overall quality with a
Her total competition score
133.46
is
total competition score, and that puts her for the moment into
133.46.
first place.
This puts her currently.
And think what it would be with a
first
clean
place.
skate. Wow. The same thing with Veronica Kim. What would it be with a clean skate?
Next to skate.
Our next competitor represents Armenia, 14-year-old Isabella Essian. Born in Moscow, trains in Moscow. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And we saw in practice some confident jumping from Isabella, now performing to Romeo and Juliet. Armenia's Isabella Essayan completes a 6 triple free
From
skate.
Armenia, Isabella
Happy with that. It's just so interesting to see the technique changing now and see the similarities in so many of the skaters that have trained in that Russian system before.
Yeah, really an elegant skater and fast rotator. You can see that hands above the head, straight spine, straight in the air, tight in the air, ankles together. It's the most efficient rotation position and gives the most consistency, generally speaking. Let's take a look at some of the element. There's the triple lutz, hands above the head, reload, double toe. Good start to the program. Extended free leg on the landing. Here's the triple flip, same thing above the head. And those hands are not trying to get a feature or anything like that. They're just helping to stand tall and to be tidy and efficient in the air. It's so important to get around those triple jumps. Here's the triple lutz later in the program. So 2 jumps under rotated. Funny enough, the double axel is midway through the program and the triple loop near the end. Nice side position on the layback, grab the blade, gonna take that to the billman, layback. But level 3, missing 1 feature on that final spin of the program. And we have 3 elements out of 11 that are in the minus, but the rest are in the plus GOEs, adding points to the total score. So she's happy. I wonder what she'll be happy with the number.
And now for Isabella, it'll just be that technique, that jump technique that's facilitated, majority of them being fully rotated, now going for the sustained landing position or the more increased musicality or the difficult transitions in and out. So she can elevate the game that's already so strong compared to those that we've seen thus far.
Let's take a look at Isabella's
Isabella Essayan from Armenia.
free program score, 96.05. Tilt to the head goes, that's pretty good. That's first in the free program. Big hug, 142.44 for Isabella Essayan from Armenia, and that puts her in the first place. Nice job. Smiles on both from ear to ear.
The following skaters
Thrilled with
may
that.
now take the ice for a 6-minute warm-up.
Well, here comes group number 4 onto the ice. Mark, we are halfway
From
through.
the United States of America, Jessica Jerka.
And do we have some questions coming in?
From Thailand, Tatirat.
We have had quite a few from earlier on today. I'll just double check if we've got any that are outstanding because we've managed to pack through them based on having had quite a lot of warm-ups today.
From Latvia,
So, questions coming in.
From the United Arab
A lot of them
Emirates,
are still ice dance specific, so we'll save those for tomorrow.
Okay.
One of the questions comes in from @0_J0N. The potential of Ji Yu-Ho in the Junior Grand Prix field, and do you think she can get to the finals this year? So Ji Yu-Ho was wonderful. I think she competed in the first stage in Riga when we were on the first step of the Junior Grand Prix this season, and she was just 13 years of age, I think, Korean skater that came out with an elegance and a confidence that was utterly fabulous to see. And yeah, totally respecting her potential, as we do with the majority of the Korean and the Japanese skaters, and maybe that gives us a little opportunity for me just to check in with the dynamics.
Yeah, she was second. She had a 186.55 total event score against Mei Okada of Japan, just 3 points shy of Mei Okada. So obviously the skill level's there, and it's going to be interesting to see. So she was delightful, no question, and very close to a title. Silver medal. She's got 13 points, so we'll see. Where else is she going to? I have to take a look at that. Maybe Abu Dhabi? I'm not sure. There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of competitions and a lot of skaters, and to be honest with you, it's hard to keep track for both of us. When we see skaters, we know that, and when they come to us without their costumes on and they've got their tracksuits or whatever, it's hard to recognize. Okay, which one is this? Which skater is this? And there's so many that are so delightful and kind to us, and we love meeting them and taking pictures with them and whatnot. And it's hard sometimes just to put, okay, who are we looking at here? But I remember her in Riga.
I completely agree, Ted. And Yeah, it's so accurate to acknowledge and necessary to acknowledge that I love finding out more about these athletes and celebrating against Simona Kaczmarek from Israel on screen. Love to connect with them with their stories, but then there is an element of system overload whereby it gets to a point in time where I think I don't even remember my name or what my skating history is like because I've studied so many of these athletes and their respective.
And I think at the moment, once we see the athlete on the ice, we watch them skate, we know what we're looking at the moment, we know a little bit about their history, whatnot. Get them off the ice, it's really hard to sort of put them in the same, okay, oh, do you remember my performance back in, no, it's really hard to remember that, unless we go back on YouTube, of course. So. Okay, I'm not even sure, was that even related to the question we were asked? No.
Well, just to tie it back to Ji Yo-ho, she's brilliant. Definitely can make
there
the
you
Junior
go.
Grand Prix. Looking forward to seeing her compete again.
You see how we ramble? We got to have a referee here. Carry on.
A referee for the chat.
Yeah.
Another question coming in from @JanSkaterFan. Are the spectators in the stands at the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok wearing uniforms?
So that group is from the school, and they're sort of warm up the audience. So at the end of the rink, which you don't see usually on camera, is where the audience is. And then at the beginning of the events, and beside what you see right now, behind those boards, there's the end of the rink, and that's the audience. And then at the other side of the rink, early on, comes the school, and they have choreographed cheers and music in which they entertain people with. So it's always, there's no dead air, there's lights going on, and so that's the sort of the difference. And then once the event gets going, they go out, and those stands get filled up with other fans.
It begs the question then, Ted. Obviously now the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok has been a great success. It's a successful event, largely thanks to the output and the effort from the organising committee to bring in those audience members. But it makes you wonder about championship events and what will happen moving forward. And it would be interesting to hear from the fans as to perhaps locations that they would love to see an ISU championship take place. And
it's a great idea.
More importantly, a location where they would travel to. Because it's one thing, people ask me sometimes where would you like to go, and I think, well, I've never been to New Zealand, the place where you were born, Ted. I'd love to do a Junior Grand Prix there, but realistically, it's hard to justify because people have a long way to travel and a lot of expense.
Well, you're thinking vacation here. Okay, so if you could go, where would you like to have a Four Continents or Europeans or World Championship, and think that you need to fill the building and you need to have the building, and if you did, where would that be in the world? Because you can't do it. Now, mind you, France did it in the seaside city, Mediterranean, and it's had it twice, I believe, there. I forget the name. Jeez, I've been there several times.
Montpellier.
No. On the ocean. It's...
Oh, I know.
Oh, we're tired. Anyways, they put it in a big... they built the rink inside a big, huge convention center. They've done that also in Japan as well. They put a rink over a pool. So you can actually make a facility in a non-rink facility and make a rink. So anything's sort of possible.
Well, this
Nice, France. Sorry.
Oh, well then I was trying to Google it. The place where I'm excited for a championship event is obviously going to be in Sheffield next January, because that's about 40 minutes from my home. So I urge everybody to consider coming to Sheffield next January.
You're the ambassador. So you're going to
plug there.
You will get to greet everybody at the door. A handshake for everyone. Is that right, Mark?
Get your tickets and I'll shake your hand.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you heard it here. Our next competitor represents the United States of America. Jessica Jerka, 15 years old, was first put on the ice at the age of 1.5 years old, and she said she loves the feeling of getting closer to her goals every single day. Proudest moment, landing the first triple axel, and maybe we'll see it here.
Excited to see whether or not Jessica will perform that axel which we've seen in practice during this free skate.
From the United States of
Well, I
America,
think that performance much more
Jessica
reflective
Jurka.
of Jessica Jurka's capabilities, using the free skate that she used last season and looking like she was not going to miss at all. She would have been disappointed to find herself in 18th place after the short program, but that skate there is likely to send her skyrocketing up
Yeah.
through the rankings as the American team cheer her on.
Yeah, and we didn't notice in the planned program there was no planned triple axel there, but we know that she's capable of doing that as she gets off the ice and is greeted by her coach, Leith Gislason. Used to be an ice dancer in Canada, representing Canada. Now in the States coaching. There's the triple Lutz up into the double toe loop. Very solid jump technique. You know, you don't see any deviation or lean in the air or on the takeoffs. And very solid from the takeoff through the air onto the landing. Really strong technique, good flow in and out of the jumps. Double axel maybe got just a little around the corner, but she still made them work. And here's the one element that was just a little rough on the landing, but she pulled it out. Go ahead, Mark.
I love the triple Lutz double axel sequence because you could tell that she was running out of steam a little bit later on in the program, so she applied a little bit more zest and energy in the second double axel. She was not going to let anything go.
No.
And I love the fact, for me, it's interesting with Leif Gustafsson, you know, former ice dancer, now coaching and working with skates in the singles, and that's so often the case. The ice dancers understand the biomechanics necessary to coach. Well, look at Master Muscali with Alyssa Liu, the current world champion ice dancer.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
worked for her.
Let's see the score. And she's going to certainly have the highest score for sure at this moment. We don't have a personal best for her. I think this is her first outing, really.
Yeah, domestically she's had 119, but domestic and international events are
Yeah, they're different.
Scores, please.
Well, for 15-year-old Jessica Jurka from the United States, the free program score here, this will be redemption because she was much more. It was a tough short program, that's for sure, in her debut. But she was so incredibly determined and
Jessica
focused,
Jurka from the
and she
United
delivers
States of America has
108.59 for that free program. That is first, of course. She was wanting more. You can see that in her face, and so she should. 157.11, and that puts her into first place. Very talented young skater. Good experience, good bad experience here, but overall good because you learn. And when she puts both programs solidly back to back.
Next
It's
to
going to be a
skate.
very, very nice score.
Representing Thailand.
Our next skater, Pasuree Kachanega, 16 years old. This is her 4th Junior Grand Prix season. 17th after the short program, Mark.
Well, just what a moment. She's obviously got a lot of pressure ahead for Pasuree, but she hopefully was able to hear and check in with the support given to her from this arena as she assumes her start position, skating to Warsaw Concerto.
Well, Mark, that was a super program, and she was going for that clean skate, and you could see at the end just the tilt of the head when she had to pick herself up from the triple toe loop. But that was solid. Here at home, under pressure, fully determined tonight.
Yes, Pasuree Kaneshk representing the home nation, and it was so interesting seeing the diligent box-ticking approach that she had to the jumping passes because she wants to skate cleanly. However, as I said in the short program, the main goal for this young woman is to stay healthy and enjoy the season this year. And I felt like you saw an insight into that in the short program 2 days ago. Let's look back at the technical.
There's the triple Lutz. Yeah, and she was very methodical and telegraphed the elements a lot here, but she needed to say, okay, I got to get myself organized to get these things done. I'm not going to throw myself with these jumps. I'm going to use my technique and use my timing and see if I can get through them. There's the triple flip a little bit later in the program, hangs on to that landing edge. And then this is the last element. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, pardon me. There's the triple Lutz, double axel. Look at this. No speed, but up in the air to get around. Yeah, great fight. Good for her. And you saw the smile at the end, even with that mistake. A feeling that she had accomplished something here at home and delivered, for the most part, for the great most part, everything she could. There she is.
Yeah, great. Because we've seen Petra have big scores well over the 100-point marker 3 years ago, I understand the disappointment last year, but she seems different this year. She seems like she is just much more mindful of being out there and enjoying being out there. That's what I sense in the energy that she's giving.
She's more mature and more seasoned. She now understands that it's a process. It's not just because you want it, it's going to happen. You have to figure out how to make that happen. And you could see her, she had a plan here. She was, telegraphing a lot of the elements, but she knew she had to do that to get these elements done. So she's way more experienced now and more mature, and I think we saw that approach in her program.
And now, hopefully, of course, there's the triple toe at the end. That was the obvious mistake. But hopefully now, this experience allows her to push more the speed for the components for the earlier part of the program, because the component's currently in the mid-5s range. And Jessica Jerka, who's leading, she's got her components up in the 6s. And it's not from aesthetics, but just more for speed and ice coverage.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, for Petra, she was focused on the technical elements, the jumps particularly. And for the most part, she really did master that, and she did a good job on that in this program. But there are many other aspects that suffered perhaps a little bit. Transitions, speed, flow, that type of thing. But she's got herself on the right track and making improvements.
The scores, please.
Waiting anxiously for those scores.
Pataratida Kanashike from Thailand.
The free program score is 85.08. That is fifth in the free program with a total competition score of 133.94. That'll put her for the moment into third place. And I know she was hoping for more, because for her, that was a really good skate. But she had to give up some of the things, the speed and the flow and connection perhaps with some of the music in some areas. So I think that's probably reflective of not the jumps, but the other aspects.
Next to skate.
Our next competitor represents Israel, 15-year-old Simona Kachman. This is her second Junior Grand Prix event this fall. 17th in Riga in week 1.
And in Riga, I so enjoyed and appreciated this program from Simona. Hopefully with a couple more weeks of training, she can keep the energy levels high from start to finish as she skates to murder on the Orient Express.
Please, will you come home? Will you stay with me? Say you'll laugh, say you'll understand, say you'll dance with me, say you'll smile. That silly smile for me. Say you'll hold me in your arms so sweet. Will you come home? Will you come home to me? Home, my love. We will all be ready. Love and kindness steady. We will never forget you. You are home, my love.
From Israel,
Simona Kachman
Simona
representing Israel, the
Kachman.
15-year-old that has such a sensitivity to the music and such storytelling. And she did say that she actually really wants us to pass on her words of love for Lyudmila Kurinskova, her choreographer who choreographs for her remotely. And you can see what a brilliant job has been done on the choreo. And to know that that's been done remotely is just amazing. Really.
Yeah, the whole package, the outfit, the music, the storytelling, the choreography, and of course her delivery of it. And there's the jump part, the triple loop. You want to have a little bit more flow through it. Look at that movement, and that's a lot of detail. She's using a lot of energy all the way through the program, not just in the technical elements, but in the choreography. And that's what makes a better all-round skater. Needs a little bit more speed into and out of the elements, the jumping elements, to carry the flow throughout the program. But that's being super duper critical because she's a beautiful skater and a wonderful program. So we see triple flip a little bit later in the program, up into the double axel, into the double loop. Just determined to get everything done. Maybe minus Joey, let's see. Only 3 out of the 11 elements are in the minuses, the rest are in the pluses. Not easy, finished position.
No, and you've got to give props to that multi-dimensional movement. The use of the space within this program is better than any that we've seen, or maybe we'll see a really good use of space. I'm sure, well, we've got Marshmata coming. But the use of space was great. And also, as we look back through the program for the replays, you can see the different energies within. Oh, she's drawn blood. She's proving that she's grafted for her scores today. But yeah, energetically, there was high octane, kind of preppy energy, and then there was obviously the sentimentality of the different energies.
Yeah.
So it was a really well constructed piece.
Really nice piece and well done as well. Just a little bit more, more flow and ice coverage and speed with that program, with that feeling, with everything that she already has, is going to make a significant difference. More of a dominant skater with that added to this already good program.
Simona Kachman from Israel has earned
Free program is
in her
89.66, season's best. That's third in the free program so far with a total competition score of 138.92. And that'll put her for the moment at least into third place. So when you take a look at the speed of the Japanese skaters, the Koreans, and a number of the others, you need it. And she's, got a lot of similar elements. She's got a lot of good program skating skills, but that speed and flow is going to be really important to move forward. Kira Baranovska from Latvia, 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. She is the Latvian junior champion.
And in terms of skater strengths, Kira Baranovska's jumping strength is so brilliant. I love to see some of the height and elevation that she can generate. And hopefully she'll showcase that throughout this free skate to the Our Father in Aramaic. Latvia's Kira Baranovska completes a free skate that had glimmers of the brilliance that she has in the jumping passes. Some of them, when they're on, and I think in isolation, if you were to take triple jump and compare each individual triple of each of the skaters, I think she probably has some of the best grades of execution. But you know, we can detail the analysis of the judges, but when the mistakes are made, the judges have, no matter how good the fundamental technique is, they have to go into the minuses. So there's only so much the judges can give when they don't have it in front of them under the performance.
Yeah. You know, I find this program I think what they try to do here, beautiful. Look at that triple flip going way up in the air. I love what they try to do here. If she skates this program clean, she has the power and yet the sensitivity that works with the voice. The voice is powerful, and then it's light and sensitive. And the choreography is really good to it as well. We were looking at this from a sport perspective a little bit more because we saw a number of little mistakes. But I think what they're trying to do, and if it all came together, would be quite special. Very special.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. And, it's exciting. I'm not, the thing that I'm drawn often most to is aesthetic beauty upon the ice, but the jumping passes that Kira has, they're exciting. They get you excited when they're that big and huge and lofty, and it's more risky, but I want to be able to see some of that jumping quality we see in practice throughout the course of the 3.5 minutes, and then see what happens to the scores.
Yeah.
In terms of the criteria, good height, good length, boom. Good takeoffs and landings. No, can't give it because we don't always get the landings, but in isolation, whew. Yes.
Yeah, she really has exquisite jump technique and also some wonderful range of movement as well. It just didn't all come together on this day, but when it does, it's going to be great. 87.66, that is fourth in the free skate for Kira with a 137.96 total competition score, and that'll put her into fourth place overall. She's capable, absolutely capable of more, and she wants more, and you can see that on her face, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's painful, but great athletes are rarely happy. They keep chasing that magic moment. From the United Arab Emirates, Marie Birwerk, 15 years old, first international competition and junior Grand Prix.
Marie skating to the Saber Dance by Khachaturian.
from the
The
United
15-year-old
Arab
Marie
Emirates,
Biervert,
Marie Biervert.
representing the United Arab Emirates, completes her free skate, and there was so much speed and power, lots of strength from this athlete. Again, mistakes made and all learning opportunities. I presume that we might see Marie compete again in Abu Dhabi, where she can build from this. Good to see the smile and the hug go with her coach as she leaves the ice.
And help her build that community, which is a growing skating community there. And quite an adult skating community. There's the triple toe loop, hangs onto that Euler into the double Salchow. She did have problems with some of the elements on the landing, just letting it go and not checking out early enough. The triple Salchow, you can see too far back on the heel, not resisting. You have to push up against that force that's going down. There's the triple loop. That was lovely. You can see you bend the soft knees on the landing. Beautiful. And there's the layback at the end of the program in at level 4. So she's got good jump technique. Maybe just a little weak on the landing position. She wants to stabilize. It's like the gymnast who does a jumping or a tumbling pass and sticks the landing without movement. And that's what you need to do coming out of the air in rotation. When you stick that landing, hold it, bend the knee, but don't move. And make it solid as you glide over the ice. And easier said than done, of course. We're just sitting in a chair. But that's what you want. The great jumps have a stabilized, solid landing
The
with flow.
scores, please. Marie Biervert from the United Arab Emirates has earned in her
81.53, that is 8th in the free program
81.53.
for Marie, and total competition score of 132.75. That'll put her currently into 7th place.
132.75. This puts her currently in 7th place. Next to skate.
Our next skater, and she's the final skater in group number 4, 16-year-old Yu-Feng Tsai. Second Junior Grand Prix season, second event this year. She was 12th in Ankara.
And whilst Yu-Feng Tsai continues to work back towards the technical prowess that she's had in previous seasons, one thing we cannot underestimate is the elegance and refinement of her movement. Skating to perfectly appropriate music, Concerto No. 1 in A minor by Saint-Saëns.
From Chinese
Just
Taipei,
so enjoy the
and
movement
time.
quality of Yu-Feng saying, as I look at the criteria for presentation, the focus is how the program is performed in relation to the music. Now, this concerto appeared to be the most befitting of any skater. It would be Yu-Feng say, the elegance that she has, the neckline. She just encapsulated what I think that music would need, really, for a junior free skate, and it's a delight to watch.
You know, it's sometimes, no, not sometimes, a lot of the time we get caught up with, or skaters too, think about how well I did because of the jumps. But this is a beautiful skater with nuance and details and feelings and sensitivities throughout this program. And some good jumps as well. There's the triple loop that is under-rotated in the system. No, it's not under-rotated. And there's the triple Lutz that was under-rotated in the system. And here is the triple toe loop. So as you can see, the jumps are getting done. There may not be as tidy in the air as some of the other skaters in the coming groups, but the rest of it, and we're just showing the jumps here, the rest of the detail is just absolutely exquisite and completely tied into the music.
Yeah, and interesting when I watch back in some of the rotation, just the arm position, she doesn't appear... Yeah, she has elbows very low.
Yeah.
Different techniques for different folks, but certainly the way in which she's jumping, she's losing so much of the flow on the landing, and, and moving forward to get back to the podium positions, she's going to need those triples.
She needs to
speed in the first jump.
She needs to convert that into a much tighter rotation position and sooner, and then she'll be fine. She's got all the mechanics of the takeoff and the landings, but what happens between the moment of leaving the ice and the moment of touching the ice and the landing is too slow. And that's where you're getting these under rotations. She has 4 jumps that are under rotated, and that's losing a lot of points. And that puts those elements in the minuses. So, yeah, if she can fix that up, she'll be back in form and challenging for the podium. But just a delightful skater. Love watching her.
The scores, please.
Yeah, and it's just an elegance. It's almost quintessential skating. It's not necessarily what's necessary anymore, but it's
98.69, that is second in the free program with a 150.27, and that will put her overall into second place. And she looked pretty happy with that. You're well on your way. You get those jumps just a little cleaner, more efficient in the air, and you'll skyrocket up the standings. As she did, she won a Junior Grand Prix medal a number of years ago. Okay, that concludes group number 4. The final 2 groups are coming up in just a little while. We're going to take a break during the ice resurfacing. Mark, what is on the video playback?
Thank you.
Make sure that you stay tuned to hear what Jason thought as well. Jason Brown, and joining us for the must-watch moments from last week in Varese, and then our figure skating basic series of the short program versus the free skate analysis.
Enjoy. We'll be back in just a little bit. ISU Junior Grand Prix and Mark and Ted's must-watch moments. What about the ice dance, Mark?
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to America's Jasmine Robertson and Chase Roner. Fresh from their success 2 weeks ago with a medal in Riga, they took gold here, showcasing even greater confidence in what they had on their first stage of the Junior Grand Prix, and now they await news to find out if they've secured a ticket to the Junior Grand Prix final. Ted, must-watch moment from the men's event.
In the men's event, Taiga Nishino from Japan soared through the air with a quad toe, landing beautifully on that first element as he takes the title here in Varese. Mark, what about the women?
The women's event must-watch moment goes to champion from Japan, Sumika Kanazawa, just 13 years old in her first ever Junior Grand Prix assignment. A scintillating short program secured her the win overall, and she skated to beautiful Tinkerbell music for her free skate. Ted, what about you for must-watch moments outside of the champions?
My must-watch moment, other than the champions, comes from Polina Zuzova from Hungary, who skated to a little dream, a spectacular, beautiful program, so sensitive and well skated technically, absolutely brilliant. Mark, what about your special must-watch moment?
My must-watch moment has to go to Ombre Peria Giannassini and Samuel Blanc-Clapperman, the French ice dance team, and specifically their choreographic character step sequence. I loved it. And Jason, what is your must-watch moment from this event?
Hey everyone, it's Jason here, and my must-watch moment is Nicholas Brooks. I am so impressed with his development over the years, and in Italy, his short and free programs were so drastically different, really showing off his personality and unique style. And it's just so evident how hard he's working to blend the athleticism with the artistry. And so much potential there, and I wish him all the very best. Good luck.
Welcome to the basics of skating.
And in this episode, we're going to delve into the differences between the short program and the free skate.
In the singles, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. There are 7 elements, 3 jumping passes, 3 spins, and 1 step sequence.
And in the ice dance competition, the short program equivalent is called the rhythm dance. 5 different elements, and this year the theme for the ice dancers is to skate to dance styles from the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s.
Now, let's not forget about the pair discipline as well. You're going to see a throw jump, a lift, side-by-side jumps, side-by-side spins, a death spiral, a lot of elements, very physical and dynamic and risky elements in the pair short program.
The free skates and the free dance for all the disciplines, longer, more elements, and generally immeasurably more exhausting.
No kidding, a long program now for 3.5 minutes for the juniors, 4 minutes for the seniors. In my day, it was 5 minutes, and that was very painful for the viewers, especially watching me.
So that concludes this episode of the Basics of Figure Skating. Stay tuned to find out more.
1. From China, Shu Xianjin. From Hong Kong, China, Ariel Guo. From Australia, Hannah Beth. From Switzerland, Valeria Etova. And from the United States of America, Emilia Nemirovsky.
Welcome back to Bangkok, the final two groups on day number 3 of the women's free program. Final day of competition. Just a reminder to those viewers around the world, this is abnormal for Junior Grand Prix. We usually do this in 3 days. But because there's only one rink facility here and 4 disciplines, they needed 4 days in order to get everybody the practices that are required plus the competition. So we are on a 4-day schedule here. Of course, tomorrow will be the final day. Mark, do you have any questions that have come in that you can
yes,
that you
we
can
have.
say?
Yeah, true. I've just found another one. I'm looking back over the various different questions because they come to us in groups of 8, so it's just making sure that I haven't overseen any. And a really great question, I think, is one that comes from @Alice Lopez Pedroso. Any advice for advanced novice athletes? And for me, that's...
So what age would that be
don't
about? What age would that be? Like you're 12 or 13?
Yeah, and I think you can be an advanced novice up to the age of 15 on the 1st of July. Just need to double check that, but off the top of my head, it's that criteria. And for the advanced novice athletes, for those that aren't aware, that's the category underneath juniors. So we have the ISU YouTube stream for the juniors, but underneath that, what you don't see are internationals and domestic events for that younger category called advanced novice. And in terms of giving advice to advanced novices, then could not stress enough the importance of basic skating skills and good jumping technique. So I actually would say for the advanced novice, more even than these juniors, I wouldn't perhaps devote as much time. If I was to prioritize my time, it would be on improving skating skill fundamentally and improving jump takeoff fundamentally, so that embedded foundation of good technique will allow you to be able to enjoy perhaps the other exciting aspects like choreography and storytelling and musicality, but they won't come. You won't get senior championship participation unless you have a sufficiently high level of skating skill and jump technique.
I think that's very good. I totally support what you said there as a priority from a skating perspective. The thing that I would add to it is making sure that you have fun at doing this, because when you feel that you don't want to do it anymore because it's too hard, but you don't want to tell anybody, then you're swimming upstream. You're not going to make it, because it has to be, as hard as it can be, it has to be an enjoyable and it has to be a passion. So you got to make sure that you get your time off. You got to make sure that you love going to do the work, and you relish those days you make progress, and you know that the difficult days you have to endure and go through to make them better days. So if you can keep that type of attitude and realize that no one jump, no one day, no one competition, and no one program defines you as a skater. It's just all a process. So if you can keep that in perspective, to me, that's the most important thing, added to what Mark said, because if you're talking about the general technical things that you need to be able to spin in the air. So you got to have that rotation position. You need good basic skating skills, and then you need to give yourself time so that you can mature and connect with the music. So that plus, I love doing it, and I love training, and I love competing, and sometimes I have disappointing days, but I know better days are yet to come. Keep that attitude, and you'll have a long career.
Yeah, that's such a good addendum to what I'd said to Amsterdam thinking, like factual tech-based stuff, but you're so right, you've got to love it. And for me then, I was lucky because I just love skating, but I actually didn't skate an awful lot when I was younger because my parents just weren't into it. you question sometimes whether or not that's what kind of fuels the love, because it doesn't get old. With athletes, I suppose having those breaks, that's such a good point that you offer. Have the break, because it'll probably give you the longevity in the sport, keeping that spark alive.
I think you kind of want to be obsessed, but not to the point where the obsession drives you down, where the obsession drives you up. But that means that you have to space all of that out with time away from it, so you love coming back to it, right? And if you don't take time away because you're afraid of what you're going to forget, then that's going to be problematic in the long run. Not in the short run, but it'll hit you hard in the long run.
I remember, it's such a good point. I wonder what these athletes on the ice think about this, but I remember when my parents, who were a very non-skating family, we would go on a summer holiday and we'd take 2 weeks and we would go wherever we went. And I remember when I came back, almost invariably for a few seasons when I was single skating, I'd come back and I would jump better.
Yeah.
I always jump better.
Totally,
It was like
totally.
the logic didn't make sense, but my brain was in a better place.
There you go. And you were an ice dancer. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding. You were an ice dancer, but you were also a single skater. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna have to start tripling again just to.
Yeah, got to show me. Well,
Prove
the
it.
single jumps you do on the basics of skating. Come on, we need some doubles and triples.
No, exactly. We need some.
Here we go. Our next competitor represents Finland, 16-year-old Daria Trubitsin, second junior Grand Prix season, ranked 5th in junior at Finnish Nationals last season.
And Daria, complete stark contrast to her short program now, performing to the Hunger Games soundtrack. She's got her big jump combinations opening.
From Finland,
Darius Trubitson from Finland completes her Hunger Games free skate with relative success, and I think a program perhaps more suited to her than the short program which we saw 2 days ago. She leaves the ice now, just processing and taking one moment, take the time, Daria, to enjoy the applause for you, which is so deserved. And I think Daria, she carries good running glide end, so the little change of edge before the triplets had showcased good glide. If she can then back that up with a sustained long glide on the way out, then that GOE of course is going to go off as Susanna Lydia Malin joins her in the kiss and cry. Yeah, I was just going to say, that's where I think this Hunger Games gives her the energy that is suited to her skating style. Perhaps thanks there sent out to all those that support Daria and Susanna. And we see Susanna on the circuit. She's traveling across the globe supporting
from
the
Finland
skaters.
has earned in her free skate 92.17. Her total competition score is 144.17. This puts her currently in 3rd place. Next to skate, representing China, Xu Xianjin.
Such refinement in Xu Xianjin's movement. She finds herself in 11th place after the short program based on a fall on the triple loops. That'll be the second element in her Butterfly Lovers free skate.
From China, Xu Jianjin.
And well, if we're, there's got to be a comparison with this music, Butterfly Lovers, to that of China's greatest women's skater, 1995 world champion Lu Chen, who skated to this music in '98 en route to her second Olympic bronze medal. And there will be the comparison, but what Xu Jianjin brings is even greater deftness. Obviously the sport has evolved, but what she brings is just so impressive. Yeah, and I mean the speed of the spins too. This is more akin to what has helped to be Marshall's success, is great of execution, quality spins, and it's great. There's still that glimmer of room for improvement, and that's what Xu Jianjin can hopefully absorb from here. She's competed at one Junior Grand Prix, but this now just her second, another huge learning ground. She's had 1.22 and 1.25 free skate scores in the Chinese series this year. And so I think she's going to close in close to a score like that, which will be very competitive.
Xu Jianjin from China has earned in her free program 120.79. Her total competition score is 172.99. This puts her currently in first place. Next to skate, representing Hong Kong, China, Ariel Guo!
And Ariel had a great skate in the short program, full rotation on all of the jumps in that performance. She was 10th at the Junior Grand Prix last year, where Xu Jianjin was 4th. Can she have a scalp result here, moving above Xu Jianjin? Aerial Glow skating to the Rio soundtrack. Such a brilliant variation in music. Hard backdrop
From
for
Hong
a
Kong,
junior free skate when there's so much pressure on the jumping
Ariel
passes, and I think that perhaps evaded Aerial a little bit today on this occasion, but has been the case in this event. We've seen skaters that have perhaps had one successful program and then not on the other, and Aerial certainly had a really good short program, but on this day not quite as successful in the free skate. And you can see it here in the opening. She looks fabulous here in the opening. And then, of course, the responsibility of these jumps takes over. So interesting, just as we see her joined by her coach, the analysis of jumping and how jumping has evolved and changed. And we didn't see perhaps the same kind of volume of under-rotated jumps 30 years ago, but there weren't the same number of triples and triple-triples and expectations. So skaters have had to pace themselves to get through the free skate, but perhaps in pacing themselves, that's part of the reason for these rotational issues, or maybe it's because they're demanding longer jumps to create triple-triples and bigger combos that we see some of those sneakier rotational situations on the landings.
Scores, please. Ariel Guo from Hong Kong, China has earned in her free skate 88.83. Her total competition score is 144.31. This puts her currently in 4th place. Next to skate, representing Australia, Hannah Bell!
And Hannah will skate to Fountain of Eternity by Eternal Eclipse for her free skate. Well, first of all, there is so much to celebrate and commend Hannah Bath. Those triple axels just are the greatest quality, and it's lovely to see a triple axel that has no question mark on the rotation in the women's field. Other things though that she's going to learn soon, or perhaps she's already realized, is that Hannah has just delivered 4 combinations. And now, head in her hand, I think she's maybe just starting to realize that in doing so, she loses so much, and she loses a big value one. She has the double axel, triple lutz, double axel sequence. She's going to lose both of those double axels and get a reduction in the base value of the triple lutz because it'll go in as a repeat. But this is amazing. Here we go. There. You know, she's obviously so mature in the way that she's embraced the new coaching and the changes. We see this triple lutz. This is the one. So she gets the lutz but at a repeat value, and double axel, because by that point she'd already done the 3 combinations, so they couldn't give her any credit for that, and it seems such a shame. But I must say, she's obviously been so conscientious. Hannah is a fascinating conglomerate of different influences. She's an Australian skater who for so long was taught by Russian skaters, and now she's training in Japan with Japanese coaches, and so she is outsourcing all the information that she can to make herself, you know, right up there in the world standings, and she's doing a brilliant job. Just, it's a little bit frustrating to think that you could have added quite a lot to that score.
The scores, please. Hannah Bath from Australia has earned for her free skate 121.35. Her total competition score is 178.42.
He's just said
This was
4.
her currently
He raised 4 fingers, I
in
think
first place.
he's explained. The coach has explained.
Next to skate, representing Switzerland, Valeria Etzova.
And she came up with the concept of her program herself. Edith Piaf's intro to tell the story of the filming of Carmen. And the film field plays to show Carmen's story. Or Valeria.
Dans le grand studio de cinéma, sur le plateau, tout le monde est là. On va tourner la première scène du nouveau film d'après Carmen. Et quelqu'un crie silence, on tourne. Carmen sort.
I love the right forward outside edge spiral to conclude the choreo sequence for Switzerland's Valeria Ejova, a skater who was on crutches at the end of June. So being here is so admirable, and what I appreciate, whilst there are still issues for Valeria with the technical jumping passes, I love the fact that she's coming up with her own concepts, coming up with her own take on Carmen, and adding a different musical version and rendition than I've heard before with the Edith Piaf vocal over the top. And that testament to a mature woman who wants to portray herself with her own stylization at just 15. And here, lots of good speed and float into the triple flip. Not sure about the rotation as we look now at the Lutz. Good speed again on the income. Double axel, just that slight change of edge on the landing, and so that forces the judges to have a reaction on the negative grade of execution, or dropping the grade of execution. But that was a wonderful example of the difficult blade feature. I argue that's the best example of the difficult blade feature that I have seen this season, on the camel and then the change edge as Stefaniia joins Valeria in the kiss and cry. And Stefan was keen to explain that it was Valeria herself who came up with the concept of the program, but he obviously provides an environment to encourage skaters to be expressive and artistic. I think that's one of the reasons so many of the skating community have fallen in love with the students from Champéret.
Yeah, it's certainly a wonderful school, as there's many in Switzerland, turning out some wonderful skaters. That small country, perhaps by landmass, but have made a presence in the world of figure skating for sure.
And you know what? He can be a two-time world champion, but he still wants to get his phone out and get a selfie, a photo to commemorate this work with a new student. So it's not, you're not only interested in the elite, the Shoma Unos and the world championship competitors, celebrating the moments with all the students. That's cool to see.
Yeah, I really like this young woman skating. Valeria's delicate, but she's also powerful and precise. And I think as she gains strength and power and speed, perhaps more ice coverage, of course, will come in time. She's going to be really a challenger, not just in juniors, of course, as she moves up into seniors as well. As we take a look at the scores.
Has earned in her free skate
112.71. That is third of the free program, with a total competition score of 171.59. That'll put Valeria currently into third place.
This puts her currently
The leader, Hannah
in
Bath,
third place.
has a 178.42. She was powerful. And look at Stefan trying to get a smile out of her and keep things in perspective.
Representing the United States of America, Emilia Nemirovsky.
Amelia, 7th after the short program, 15 years old. Started skating at the age of 4. Proudest moment so far in her career was winning the Cranberry Cup in 2024. And now she finds herself in search of the podium here at the Junior Grand Prix.
And Emilia had a fantastic short program that would have had her on a podium place had it not been for the spins, which were a little bit. Well, Emilia Nemirovsky looks so much older and more mature than her tender 15 years of age, but the way in which she's conducted herself over the course of the last 3.5 minutes
From the
showcases
United
incredible
States of
maturity.
America,
Something obviously has happened to Emilia since the warm-up that has, forced this bandaging upon her right thigh. She's obviously in pain. She's not comfortable. You can see that as she leaves the ice. But not only did she manage to get through the performance, but she was even considering how to conceal the bandaging. She has had a lot on her plate just to go out and deliver a skate of any kind at all.
That is a demonstration not only of athleticism, but of determination of a person. Look at the triple lutz, triple toe to start the program. Absolutely picture perfect. And then a little bit later, look at the flow and speed she brings up into the triple flip and the height and the landing. I'm going, oh, if that's a bandage, she's just like, she's right on. But she's hiding the pain or handling the pain. And then the bandage starts to come unraveled a little bit, and that had to be very distracting, but she handled that very well. She even tucked it in a little bit later in the program, but you can see it right there starting to come undone. And that was distracting enough to have her step out of that element, and probably the pain maybe have kicked in at this point. This is a very strong mentally and physical athlete who demonstrated extraordinary courage and determination. And aside from that, she's such a beautiful skater.
Well, I just feel like the quality, like that triple loop, it's such an excellent grade of execution, as were the jumping passes like the triple loops, triple toe. I know that she's capable of triple axel as well. I think Emilia has the potential to be a real strong force for American women's skating in the future. Obviously, this hasn't been a positive experience, but the potential is beyond measure.
This will pay the dividends down the road. This young woman will be on center stage with the bright lights in the future. 97.86. That is 6th in the free program with a 156.81, and that'll put her in 5th place. She came with higher expectations. She comes with higher abilities. But there was some potholes in the road. There was some things that she had to navigate around, and this will make her stronger later. Not happy now.
The following skaters may now take the
she was amazing.
ice for a 6-minute
She is
warm-up.
amazing.
From Korea, Hyowon Lee. From France, Stefaniia.
As we take a look at the final group taking to the ice.
From Canada, Victoria Baratina.
And the leader at the moment, Hannah Bath from Australia with a 178.42. How far will that score take her?
From Japan,
Will depend on these 6 women on the ice right
and
now.
from Japan, Mao Shimada.
Oh gosh, how interesting to hear that in Bangkok, Thailand, without a massive audience number, that still Mao Shimada is obviously well recognized as the superstar that she is on the junior circuit. You could hear the audience obviously respecting and acknowledging that they're about to see a 3-time world champion as the camera now focuses on Stefaniia from France.
And it was interesting watching the practice sessions earlier, the final group here, and they get on the ice. The practices don't matter from the perspective. It has nothing to do with the competition result. It does have to do with the physical and mental warm-up, if you will, of the skaters. And that happens earlier on because they're skating now at 9:02 local time here in Bangkok. But their practice was back in, 11 o'clock in the morning. So they had the whole day to have to spend that time thinking, wondering, keeping themselves occupied.
I used to find it torrid, that gap in the time, because for most of these skaters they would have perhaps academic studies to pursue, or maybe they even chose to do some of their study whilst they're here, but their lives would be busier at home. They would have things to do between their training sessions, and so then when you're at a competition, it's just so hard to replicate that big void of time where, for me personally, you just overthink and overthink and overthink. And skaters and their coaches will do competition simulation. They'll ensure that the skaters try to get themselves mentally and physically into the adrenaline rush that competition provides. But you can't do the simulation of life in a hotel. It's not realistic to do that.
And for those viewers that have never skated before, it looks so beautiful and it looks easy and wonderful sport and all that. It is so difficult to do that before you go and execute all these elements, and supposed to be doing it with style and class and connection with the music, your brain goes through so many different processes of, can I do this? I wonder if I can do this. How am I, if I miss my first jump, what happened? You're going to ask yourself a million different questions, and you have to tell that part of the brain to please be quiet, right? And how do you do that? It's another skill that needs to be learned for a competitor, how to manage those different not personalities, but the different voices in your head. And they learn that here in the juniors and the seniors.
Yeah, and it may be, there are some athletes that have that wonderful, seemingly God-given ability to rise to the occasion and relish the pressure and the stress. But for those that don't, and I argue that the majority don't have that good fortune of feeling so blessed in competition, then it is a real challenge to deal with the chemical changes in your brain for competition. And it's not just, poo-poo stuff. There are chemical changes in the brain. The cortisol levels are different when you are under stress. And even things like, I was thinking, Ted, for these athletes, managing what to eat in that big long gap, because for some athletes they find it really difficult due to nerves to eat in between practice and competition, but equally they need energy, and so that in itself is another factor to consider too.
I didn't like to eat during competition. I wanted to sort of have an empty stomach, because my day, it was the dark ages, so not a big deal in those days. But now what the athletes have to do, you have to consider everything, the energy that you acquire, but also the feeling you want to have. So it's a very, very fine line.
I've got a question, Ted, that I think is a really interesting one that I'd love to dig into a little bit. It comes from @Lulus of Low, and they ask, what do you think of the blatantly biased judging going into the Olympic cycle? And I rightly or wrongly, Ted, I try to keep my eyes on what's been said by the skating community, because a big part of our desire is to try to increase the skating community. And I recognize also that then online there are people that have strong opinions as to why the sport may or may not grow in popularity, and some believe that it's bias of judging. What you have done such a wonderful job in developing this system, and one of the things that I think that I'd like to say on that, yes, there are occasions when judges are human. We know this, it would be ignorant of us not to acknowledge that figure skating as a judge sport hasn't had corruption within it. That's something that we all know, and that happens in other judge sports. What I don't now appreciate is that our sport would not still be an Olympic sport if changes weren't made to the judging system to try to make it more and more transparent. And I think, when I think about Mao Shimada on screen now, she's a 3-time world champion. She's the cream of the cream. She's the crop of the crop. If you make yourself so good, you get the results you want. And I think it's an interesting concept, this idea that there's such blatant bias. And I have been there myself.
I'd like to make a comment on that. I would like to say,
Please.
I'd have to ask the question of the person who said that as to, have they skated, have they judged, or is this their favorite skater who they feel isn't being valued properly? So you'd have to validate what are you talking about when you say blatant bias? I don't know what that is. Are you talking about a specific jump? Are you talking about a specific skater? And in relevance, in relationship to what? So that's so easy to make a statement like that, which is a bold statement, but you really don't really know who it relates to, what it relates to, and whether or not that person has actually the facts. And do they really know? So I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I can't answer the question because I don't know who's asking it, and I don't know what type of experience you have. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll go on to our final group here as the plot thickens.
Certainly passion on the ice and
in the fans. Yeah, and it's great. You got to love that. You got to love the fans and their questions.
Yes.
It's all fair game. All fair game. Our next competitor represents Korea, 13-year-old Hyeon Lee. New to the Junior Grand Prix, it seems, international competition, coached by Hyun Jun Shi.
And Hyeon Lee had a great short program, and you can see they're just trying to release all that nervous energy and adrenaline, and she's had to wait a long time now to her free skate.
day I'll fly away, leave all this to yesterday. Why live life from dream to dream and dread the day when dreaming one day I'll fly away, leave all this to yesterday. Why live life from dream to dream? Sign, my heart is breaking, my makeup may be flaking, but my smile still stays on. On top of it, I'll own the kill. I have to find the will to carry on.
Yoanli, just 13 years old.
From
Amazing
Korea,
that she has managed to give the skate that she's just given, all this pressure that we discussed in the warm-up that's so hard to replicate. And she's got her own bout of sorts. And she appreciates the audience that have come to support her and find themselves on camera as well.
I think she struggled a little bit through this program, but she got through it, and she's a really good skater. It was a little bit off balance here and there. We'll take a look at some of the elements.
It's interesting because we've just seen some really quality jumping passes from the likes of Emilia Nemirovsky,
Yeah.
Jessica
Oh,
Jurka,
that's
who's moving
cute.
up the standings, and Hannah Bath as well. So not the same quality of jumping pass,
No.
but we'll see how it compares when it's all added up on the system.
And there's a nice triple flip, triple toe loop. The triple toe was really good. Both were clean in the system. There's the triple loop. It's hard to see landing there. Up in a double toe loop, and that is also clean in the system, so that's good. Triple lut's a little bit right here, and that has an edge alert. So they need to check the edge, takeoff edge, that is. And then the triple flip. Good lift off the ice. A little bit on the lean up into the double axle. Really calm in between the elements, making sure she doesn't panic and rush the takeoff of the next jump. And then the triple loop a little bit later. A little bit on the lean as well. So all done.
Upon review, really, Ted, looking at these jumping passes, it's maybe just one, possibly two bullet points on the jump less than the likes of Hannah or Amelia when they're at their best. She doesn't have the landing position to justify that extra bullet there. But otherwise, actually, to be fair,
Yeah,
it's been-
that's
it's
pretty
been
good. No,
in
no, true enough.
And Johan was 8th at the Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying competition, and at that event, she scored 112.56 in her free skate when she was vying to try to
See what she has here, 113.05. That's third in the free program so far. Total competition score 172, and that'll put her overall into third place. But we have 5 skaters to come. Hannah Bath continues to climb the ladder. We'll see how far she can go. And there is a look at our next competitor representing France, 15-year-old Stefaniia Gladkey. Had a terrific season last year and shown such wonderful qualities in her skating and her program connection to the music. She's currently 5th after the short program.
Stefaniia even performed in some shows like Holiday on Ice in France in February, so she has amassed some more performance quality, which we'll see now to the Romeo and Juliet by Nina Rota.
A time for us, someday there'll be, when chains are torn, by courage born of a love that's free. A time when dreams so long denied can flourish as we unveil the love we now must hide.
France's Stefaniia Gladky has a day whereby double axel is not her friend. But what was interesting was that after the first pop double axel and then the fall on the second, it seemed to ignite in her increased speed, and then the two triple combinations showcased there was a feeling of, I will not let this go. I am not going to have a bad result at this event again. Frustrated, but channeled, as we saw that gorgeous change of edge transition following the triple flip.
Yeah, you can see the technique on the axle is going to be problematic, and I'm sure she will be able to fix it, but it's just spinning off that edge, no arms. Yeah, and that was a hard fall. But she came back and really did not let that bother her. She does the triple lutz, pushes herself up into the triple toe loop, which is cleaning the system. Another triple lutz there. Euler, triple sow. Really determined, really centered. So those axles, she knows those are her weakest jump perhaps And so she just parked that problem and moved forward, which is a skill.
It really is a skill, and the way that in which you have to move forward, you can't stop midway through the program as the coach shrugs her shoulders, but she turned that frustration into something really positive, because then the opening of the program with the triple flip and triple loop was not as fast covering the ice as when she was heading into the second half with the triple loops, triple toe.
She's really a delightful skater. I think as she gains more power and speed and ice coverage, then all of her delicate and beautiful choreography and emotion to the music will be even that much more powerful. She's 15 years old and still gaining power and speed. She's a lovely skater, good technique, so many good things about her. And she did make the Junior Grand Prix final last year.
I think that with Stefaniia, she's got these wonderful long limbs which offer opportunity for real aesthetically pleasing shapes. It's just then making sure that whilst the extension is good, that the standing leg is still working the knee and the ankle, and then that'll push the skating skills.
Yeah. And she's a student of the sport. You can see that she's taking every piece of information and trying to apply it into her skating. So we take a look at the score with the 105.61. That is 6th in the free program, with a total competition score of 164.76. That'll put Stefaniia currently into 5th place overall, with 4 skaters to come. Hannah Bath still is climbing the ladder ever so closely. We'll see where this ends up. Our next competitor represents Canada, 15-year-old Victoria Baratina, born in Moscow, and just now has been cleared to skate in Canada and for Canada. She's coached by Brian Orser and choreographed by Jory Russell.
And Victoria finds herself not far from the podium as she skates to 4 pictures from New York. Well, it was
From
green
Canada,
lights for 10 of the 11 elements for Victoria Bariktina, suggesting positive grades of execution for the majority of that skate. And to be fair, for Victoria, managing to come back from a fall early on showcases a real mental resilience that we didn't know I didn't know she was capable of, because we haven't seen her compete internationally before.
Yeah, and she's been, really new to her coaching team and to her new country in Canada and to this experience, never been on the Junior Grand Prix. So a lot of new experiences as we see the double axel. She's got great knees, great power, great acceleration up into the air in a nice tidy rotation position. There were a couple elements, couple jumps that were maybe not all the way around, and we saw that Salco go down sort of unexpectedly, but after that she was tidy and clean. So we take a look here, the triple loop. Hands above the head. And we see that quite often with skaters who have been trained early on in Russia. And good posture. And here's the triple Lutz. Makes that look really easy up into the triple toe loop. She needed that, and she fought through it. Later in the program, right here it is, the last triple Lutz. That was a beauty. So easy. Up into the double axel. So really nice. She has one element on the cue, on the quarter, the fall, and exclamation mark on the takeoff of the flip.
Interesting on that triple loop, double axel, double toe. You could see Victoria really try to drive up the double toe loop as well, and that's a positive feature in the grade of execution, making sure that the jumping passes are all pushing up for equality in the height and length of the jumps.
And there is Joey Russell, coaching her here and part of the team back at the cricket club. Score is 109.44. That is fifth in the free program for Victoria, with a total competition score of 168.51. That'll put Victoria currently into fifth place. 3 skaters to come. Good experience, good skater. New to all of this, and we've seen so many of the skaters that have the skill and ability learning here. Not always a happy moment, but gaining experience. Our next competitor represents Korea. Yeon-Hyul Rang from Korea, 15 years old, ranked 18th at the Korean Senior Nationals. This is her third Junior Grand Prix season.
And for Jeong-Hyul, might be her third Junior Grand Prix season, but coming into her best results, hopefully finding herself in medal contention. Jung-Yul Hwang from Korea celebrates with a great skate, and I think we have seen so many Korean women on the Junior Grand Prix topping the standings and near topping the standings for certainly the duration of my time. Ah, that's lovely.
Yeah.
That's so nice to see. There's Hyo-won Lee already back in the stands supporting her teammate. But for this young woman, she's had, as you said, 3 seasons on the Junior Grand Prix, and she hasn't medaled. And she finished in 9th in the Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying competition. So she's not coming into this with the greatest recent track record, and she's gone out there and lived up to the pressure of being a bronze medal position after the short.
Well, she's going to be ever so close. She's going to need a 117.64 or 5 to take the lead over Hannah Baff, and she is close to it, but all the scoring's not done yet. She's certainly fought her way through this program and has some wonderful qualities. And she's in the mid to high sixes on the program components, which are
It's interesting.
about the same as Hannah, actually. Yeah. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this is a skater who, when she was at that Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying competition earlier this year, she had a free skate score of 106.17. Her ISU personal best is 111. She needs 117 to beat Hannah, and we can see it is hovering over and above. It's flip-flopping.
It goes
It's
up
gonna
and
be
down
close.
and up and down, and it's like so close.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, you don't know
That's
until that
crazy.
score comes up. And here it comes. We'll see. 117.71. That is third in the free program, but total competition score of, there it is, 178.50. She's got the bronze. Barely, but she has the bronze. Whoa, earthquake. A lot of shaking going on there. Look at that, 178.50 to 178.42, ever so close. Hannah, had she not made the mistake on that last jump combination sequence that, wow.
But
Wow.
that reaction is worth it.
Yeah, that's terrific. Outstanding. That'll make the highlights. Our next skater represents Japan, 15-year-old Mei Okada, second after the short program, champion in week 1 in Riga. She has 15 points already.
Now, Mei Okada skates to Miss Saigon. Well, last year, Mai Okada was so close to qualifying for the final. She said that was the goal this season. She delivered in Riga, gold medalist, the champion there, and that performance should solidify her place at the Junior Grand Prix final this season. And beautiful music, beautiful skating, and steely mentality to be able to deliver with so much pressure.
We were talking during the program. It just seems the Japanese skaters don't lose control on many elements. They might make a mistake here or there, but they're so well trained that they're not seem to be phased by the pressure of the moment. Not everyone, but most of them, as they deliver under pressure.
Sustaining those landing positions, it sounds so trivial, but Mai Okada will do it, Mao Shimada will do it. There's just this, we've said little details. That's a seismic detail.
That's beautiful.
Detail that I love.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a small detail. Those landing positions are a big detail because it gives the overall picture of quality on everything that they do in regards to the jumping passes.
For Mai Okada, she does get fairly consistently picked up on the triple flip takeoff, so she had an exclamation mark and an edge call, and that was the same when she competed in Riga, so she'll be mindful of that. That's at least giving her, after a clean skate, that gives her something for the rest of the season to work on.
And they're not all the highest jumpers, but they're so efficient in ice coverage and flow into the jump and after the jump is so impressive, and they carry that speed and flow all the way through the program. Wow, that was special.
Mai's been quite vocal about working on the triple axel and the inspiration that she's had from other Japanese skaters that have it. And I know that she's spoken to the Japanese press, and she said that she especially likes Rika Kihara's, and she watches videos of that regularly. So hoping to use that by November or December. So maybe we'll see that.
Maybe. The score, 125.04, season's best. That's first in the free program. She'll take the lead with a total competition score of 190.99. And they're thrilled. They know they've got the silver, and then they've got the three-time world champion skating next. A junior world champion, pardon me. Somebody corrected me online. Junior world champion, that's correct. Yeah. But three-time. But a high score. Could be in Cedars as well. And there she is. Not much to say here, except for her consistency over the 3-year span. And this is her last year on juniors. She'll move to seniors. She's been waiting. And she's special.
Yeah, and she's worked with Marie-France Debreu from the Ice Academy in Montreal on this choreography, and her coach Mia Hamada said that she gained a lot from training with the top ice dance teams this season, so the components will be even better than we've seen from her brilliance before already. Skating to Miracle by Sarah Brightman and Yoshiki. Well, it wasn't vintage Mal Shimada on this occasion. However, her quality, her fundamental quality, so well trained, so well honed, such class and refinement, will, I'm pretty sure, continue to be unbeaten as she goes for her 4th junior world title this season. And I was saying, Ted, that the artist, Yoshike, posted the artist of this music, where others have had issues with getting clearance this year, was actually taking to their social media of 1 million followers to promote Mal Shimada, such as her relevance and popularity in Japan, that artists of music who have 1 million followers want to engage and connect with this young woman, appreciating the trajectory that she is on for the future.
There are so many things that are impressive about this young woman. One of them is, she had some challenges in the first 2 elements, but she simply parked that behind her and moved forward, and she knew what she had to do. There's the quad toe. Timing just a little bit off, didn't snap quick enough or high enough into the air. Triple axel here, let's slow this down. A little bit too far forward on that landing, but that was the only mistakes that she had. She just got back to work, focused on the rest. And although that was supposed to be a triple toe, but she seems to be able to compartmentalize, okay, let's put those things over there and let's make sure I deliver this list and still be connected to the music. So she's so skilled in so many areas, and she won't always skate perfect, but she won't let it all go, or she hasn't let it all go in her career that we've seen anyways.
No, there's often the question mark as to whether or not previously Mal Shimada would ever go for the big value elements that she doesn't need because she has so much quality that she will beat the field without them. But I know now that she's working on quadruple salchow as well, so we've seen the quadruple tulip already done in Japanese domestic events very well this season. We've seen it in the past, and she has an eye on bigger things as well with quadruple salchows to consider for the future too. So I know that Mia Hamada as well, they're very much focused on 2030. Not just a 4th junior world title in 2026.
And that's the smart thing, is keep building and don't back off and keep going forward. 128.71, that is first in the free program with a total competition score of 199.07. Mal Shimada wins another title. She will be in Nagoya in the Junior Grand Prix final. And that'll bring a big audience, I think. You can see that she's not 100% happy with that because she measures herself by her skate, not by the numbers. Wow. Always an interesting name, Mark. Final comments.
Yeah, just, fascinating kind of cavalcade of excitement. Hannah Bath, obviously unfortunate to have had that error in losing the big combo. And kudos to Emilia Nemirovsky, who battled through injury to be able to continue to compete. So many skaters to admire, so much tenacity in these women.
So many wonderful moments, and of course you can stay online to watch the medal ceremony coming up in just a little bit for both the women and the pairs event. Tomorrow, of course, we will have the free dance and the men's event, and that, of course, will also be extremely exciting. So stay online to watch the medals if you would like. Mark, thank you so much always for your expertise and your research. It adds so much to the broadcast, and to all the volunteers here, the officials and the coaches, and particularly our production crew that works so hard behind the scenes. You hear our voices, and our job is easy and fun, and theirs is hard. And so we appreciate all the support that we get from there as well. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanruddy. Thank you for watching. Stay online for the medal ceremonies, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow.
chumma chumma ke sitare vargi. Touching on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you end the party, I can do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma 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 ke sitare vargi. Touching on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you end the party, I can do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma 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 ke sitare vargi. Touching on your body while you're pushing on me. Don't you end the party, I can do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Chumma 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 ke sitare vargi. Your face, your eyes, exploding like fireworks in the sky.
Oh boy. You said your phone was broken, just forgot to charge it. Whole outfit you're wearing, God, I hope it's ironic. Did you just say you're finished? Didn't know we started. It's all just so familiar, baby. What do you call it? Stupid, or is it slow?
J'arrive, ça regarde de travers, capuché parce que je suis trop cramé. J'avance avec équipe armée, je m'organise comme si je mourrais jamais. Mon amour, je vais rentrer tard, étrier le ciel, fait noir. Ils font tous des petits pas dès qu'ils aperçoivent la guitare. Anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh, anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh, anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh, anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh. J'ai fait des choses regrettables, c'est ça t'es toujours en pétard. T'es mal l'équipe, redoutable, je connais la nuit comme les guettards. Passe la douane, y'a rien à regarder, de toute façon je suis bouqué sur toute l'année. On s'est vu le temps d'une soirée, encore un petit cœur à réparer. Mon amour, je vais rentrer tard, étrier le ciel, fait noir. Ils font tous des petits pas dès qu'ils aperçoivent la guitare. Anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh, anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh, anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh, anina nani nina oh, tanina nina nina oh. Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yeah. OVO sound 2025. Who's calling that shit?
Is it Stacy? Is it Becky? Is it Isha? Is it Abby? Was it Danny? Is it Martin? Where's the function?
Where the fuck the function? Where the fuck the function? The way I feel right now, I feel like we need to be all alone. So if you just playing around, you need to tell your girl, take a fine ass home, and that's real. Stop teasing me, stop teasing me. I could change your life so easily. I keep begging you to stay, but you're leaving me. We got sticks in the club illegally. Got the whole 6 side, they believe in me. We got members east of the DVP. We got members west on 401. We got a lock on the game, but there's more to come. You gotta pop that ass till the morning come. You want shots for the girls, damn, order some. Who's calling that? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who?
and gentlemen, welcome to the ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Bangkok 2025 Victory Ceremony for the Junior Women! In third place and winner of the bronze medal, from Korea, Jung Yun Hwang! In second place and winner of the silver medal, from Japan, Mei Okada! In first place and winner of the gold medal, from Japan, Mao Shimada! Please welcome the council member of the International Skating Union, Mrs. Suona Silapa Asham. She will award the medals. Please welcome the Governor of the Tourism Authority of Thailand, Ms. Thapani Kiatpaiboon. She will award the gifts. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists! May we please have a round of applause for the medalists. Thank you and congratulations, skaters! ISU Junior Grand Prix of Figure Skating Bangkok 2025 Victory Ceremony for Junior Pairs. In third place and winners of the bronze medal from the United States of America, Sophia Jarmuk and Luke Witowski. In second place and winners of the silver medal from Canada, Jasmine Desrochers and Kieran Thrasher. In first place and winners of the gold medal from China, Rui Guo and Yi Wentang. Please welcome the council member of the International Skating Union, Mrs. Suona Silapa. She will award the medals. please welcome the Governor of the Tourism Authority of Thailand, Miss Thapani. She will award the gifts. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the national anthem of the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your